just before we consider consent agenda. So that it falls right before. All right. Let's move forward then to public comment. First, I've got Mike Lyons, followed by Jesse Arnold. Slips are at the back. If you need one, just fill it out, put your name on it, and hand it in to Monique. And just before you start, please silence your cell phones if you have one, so that we don't get ringing in the middle of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mike Lyons. I would like to speak just for a moment on the item, the article, the subject of budget, because under Section 6 consent agenda, I noticed that on the Section A and G, those will be covered under consent. Just as the current members of the board and several members who were past members of the board seized the initiative and established the Sustainable Water Facility with great courage, grabbed a problem by the throat and solved it for us, for which I thank you very much. I would like to encourage the board to consider something equally important to take bold action with. And that is that even though I'm not an accountant, I've sat here at meetings time and again listening to the budget reports and the finance reports. I think it's time that the board found a way to balance the budget and to fill the reserves and to stop moving one budget that's supposed to be for a purpose to another place. So I ask you in a similar manner, whether it's by moving forward with new homes being built with those fees coming into the coffers, or by encouraging people to use excess water when it's flowing out to sea and when we don't need it, with the idea of the CCSD being able to bill for that, or in any other creative ways you can to solve the budget crisis forever so that we are solvent as we should be. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jesse Arnold, followed by Tina Dickinson.
Thank you, Chairman Rice. I'm here to thank you and all the members of the board for putting in the time to serve us as directors on our board. I have two items to comment about from the last meeting. One, there was a director checking his cell phone. It seemed like for about 5 minutes. So maybe, I know you don't want that to happen. Maybe at the beginning of the meeting, you'll just ask them to put them away. My other comment is about the subject of if there's a surcharge on people using water over their allotment. And it's my understanding one board member supported that, and I congratulate that person. And I think all of the board members, no matter how much water we have, we know we need money, and we should encourage people to make reasonable use of water. If they go over their allotment, they should pay a surcharge. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tina Dickinson. Tim?
Tina Dickinson, Cambria. A point of clarification, I did send...
I don't know how to reset it.
I addressed...
Please wait just a minute. We're trying to make sure that we got the clock setting right. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Tina, please begin again.
Okay. Tina Dickinson, Cambria. A couple of things. Last month's meeting, I wasn't able to stay for the entire meeting, but I did watch some of it at a later date. And I was quite surprised that Director Sanders was not aware that Whale Rock Reservoir was the supplier of water to Cayucas. I believe it was Director Farmer that brought up off-stream storage, and Director Sanders said they're taking out dams, we're not doing reservoirs in California anymore, this kind of thing. I have to say I was really surprised that Director Sanders, who was on the board for 8 years and certainly has been involved in land use development and many other areas in this county, wasn't aware of that. So I sent an email to Director Sanders, the board, and to legal counsel. Legal counsel also, I believe you're also counsel for the Cayucas Sanitation District. So when Mr. Director Sanders said that not a drop of water came from Whale Rock Reservoir to Cayucas. I was kind of surprised you didn't correct him on that. Anyway, it's interesting that a brand-new board member seems to be more informed on that than Director Sanders was. On another issue, on December 19th, I was taking a walk across the Huntington Trail off of Huntington Road, and I came across some survey equipment on the east side of the Huntington Trail as you enter from those two little areas. There's a gate padlocked. So there were these two pieces of monitoring equipment. And I came back from a short walk, and I asked, my husband and daughter were going to go for a walk, and I asked if they would take photos of this equipment. I then sent the photos to Joellen Butler and asked her if she was aware of any monitoring or surveillance taking place on the ranch. My husband and daughter said that they were talking to a gentleman with a dog, and he was wondering why the equipment was there. There were a truck pulled up. Wow, do you need water or something? A truck pulled up, and two gentlemen got out with like hazmat vests, and were coming to take the equipment down. And so this gentleman with the dog asked, well, why is the equipment here? And he said, we're doing routine surveillance detection. Now, Joellen had no idea, apparently, who the people were with the hazmat vests and the pickup truck. First of all, how did they get through the padlock gate that the CCSD has the padlock to? So I'm just bringing it to your attention, and maybe it could be looked into further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. Mary Webb, if you'd like to speak it for public comment for items not on the agenda, please get a slip in now so that we can, otherwise Mary will be the last speaker today.
Happy New Year. So congratulations, Director Farmer, on well done victory, and President Amanda Rice. I'm really glad to see that you are president now. I was wondering about the consent agenda where the item 6G, consideration of the fiscal year, quarterly budget review is on consent, and wondered if that was going to be, or is there going to be any report on the budget or not? And if not, then I'd like to see if you would pull that off the agenda so we can hear what's going on with our budget. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on public comment? Items not on the agenda? All right, then let's move on. Sheriff's Department report.
Good afternoon. So for the period between the 21st of December and today, we had 213 calls for service in Cambria. That's down from what has been in previous months. We had actually a very quiet month up here. Included in that number were 30 traffic stops by deputies on motor vehicles. We had 4 pedestrian contacts, 7 alarm calls. There was no loss associated with any of those alarm calls. There were 4 foot patrols conducted at the creeks ahead of some of the rains to make sure we didn't have anybody in the bottom or anybody that was going to be put in jeopardy by flooding. There were 6 disturbing the peace calls. They ranged from loud music to family arguments that got loud enough it disturbed the neighbors. We didn't have any vandalisms reported during this period. We had 3 theft reports that were made with us. We had tools stolen from a residence in the 1700 block of Hudson on the 29th of December. There was a mail theft reported in the 2500 block of Sherwood Drive on the 30th of December. And we had a backpack reported to us as stolen. It contained a computer and a cell phone, and it was stolen from outside the weight room at Coast Union High School. That was on January 12th. We had 1 burglary reported on the 24th of December. 2 scooters were reported stolen from a vacation home in the 1800 block of Tweed. The scooters were recovered, and the suspect was identified and arrested by deputies. We had 8 arrests for the month, 2 possession of drug paraphernalia, 1 possession of methamphetamine, 1 stolen vehicle, 1 arrest for false information to a peace officer, 1 arrest for violating a restraining order, and 2 public intoxication arrests. Our staffing levels at this time at the station consists of myself, one commander. I have 2 sergeants, finally. I have 21 deputy sheriffs assigned to patrol. I have 1 school resource officer and 1 rural crimes deputy. And that's the report.
Thank you. Are there any board members that have any questions? Thank you very much for coming today. Next special report is Senator Dean Flores of Balanced Public Relations. I just saw him. Oh. All right. Yes, we will defer that until after the manager's report. Mr. Gruber, would you like to make your manager's report, sir?
Thank you, President Rice, Madam President, and board members. Attached is my report. I'm going to keep it brief. If there's any questions relating to the report, just want to let everybody note that the fire chief's report is now included as part of my general manager's report. That was a slight change that President Rice and myself and Vice President Sanders worked out. If there's anything within that fire chief's report that you want to talk about or address, that would be fine. But I think for brevity, I'm still going to show my PowerPoints. I know everybody's not today, but I will quarterly. I know that they'll. But one thing I do want to, if we could do this before Senator Flores comes up, if it's okay with the board. Staff's been working diligently on the issue of unaccounted for water. We were sent, and the board was sent an email regarding the percentage of unaccounted for water. And if you recall, we gave a presentation several months ago that got those figures down to about 11%. So I directed staff, Jason, Bob, Stephanie, Carolyn, to sit down and to come up with some answers for the board and for the community regarding this matter. As part of our urban water management plan, we're only required to audit once a month. But what's been a good result of this is staff is going to continue to work together and be able to provide that information. Don't necessarily know that we'll do it every billing cycle, but if the board desires that we do it every billing cycle, we will, because it's important. And so the 28% unaccounted for water email that was sent about is not accurate. With that being said, this will give us an opportunity to help explain where the additional water, unaccounted for water, and the calculations came from. So if it's okay, Bob has a 2.2-page PowerPoint on the unaccounted for water, and we're still in the 10-11% range, which is good for us. On a side note, we're getting to the end of our radio reads, the life of those things. If you remember, about 11 years ago, those were installed. It was part of the settlement agreement. We went ahead and purchased all those. They're getting near the end of their life. We have budgeted some monies for replacements. Jason's in the process of replacing some of those right now. But as those meters get older and those electronic reads get older, you're going to see a loss in their ability to record accurately. And so those are some of the things that we're going to need to look at long-term from a capital improvement project standpoint. I think the cost to replace those, we have some cost estimates, but we're going to continue to replace those slowly and as funds allow us to do that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to District Engineer Bob Greshams. And then in my report, a lot of information. The department managers did a lot of good work. We weathered the storms quite well. Just one thing I do want to acknowledge is the staff. All three of the storms that we've had, the one we had last night, the 2 more on the horizon, we didn't have any sanitary sewer overflows at all, and which is kudos to us. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bob. So.
Put the
stand up here so I could point out better, be a little closer to that screen. Thank you, Jerry. Just to clarify, we did receive an email requesting some discussion on the water loss that had used some of our raw billing data and some of our production data as the basis of that. There's a lot of details behind doing a water audit. So what we did is we looked at 2016, and I can see where there was some confusion, and we did a green sheet handout of our production data for this meeting. And this little slide here just highlights where I think some of that water loss occurred in the yellow highlight. We now report from the Sustainable Water Facility, the Advanced Water Treatment Plant, which is the amount of water that we re-inject into the ground. We just thought this would be a convenient area to show it each month in this report. But it does create a little confusion because the three numbers are not added to give you the total. What we total are just the diverted amounts from San Simeon and Santa Rosa well fields, not the re-injected amount. And the earlier production sheet had totaled all three. So it's just something that we missed, and the person submitting had assumed that all three added together based on an incorrect earlier production handout. So we corrected that in what was provided at the desk out front. That also enters into the equation in determining the amount of water loss. Can you advance that one slide? It's not clicking over for some reason. Thank you. Okay, so what we did is we looked at 2016, and this is actually a really good exercise for staff. We're still learning the state's methodology. The state passed a law back in 2014 called Senate Bill 555, and we're required now to annually do a water loss audit. And they have, the AWWA has a recommended methodology that it's a detailed spreadsheet that we'll end up completing and going through that whole process. I received one training class back in November of last year on this, and now we're going to have another training class that's going to be at least 2 or 3 departments now for the next wave. They have 4 waves of training. The state actually issued a grant that the AWWA California Nevada section is using to have professional trainers talk to agencies such as ours. And it's great training. It's a great opportunity for everybody. So we're looking forward to that. We're also having some internal discussions. So this was a really helpful exercise to go through. What we found, we looked at the month-to-month rates, and this is all still draft information at this point in time because we're still doing some quality control checking on the amounts shown between billing and some of our manual meter reads. But the bottom line is for 2016 we ended up with a unaccounted for, or what I should say is real and apparent losses of around 13%. And that percent's going to be a little higher when you have a lot of conservation going on, because when you talk about real losses, that's generally the amount of loss that occurs in the distribution system for your potable water. And it's the forms. It could be pinhole leaks. It could be leaks out of gaskets that are buried that you're just not seeing because they're below the street or whatever. Those leaks are generally pressure, a function of the pressure in the line as opposed to how much water's going through the line. So as you have those from year to year, and this is not counting for any major fire, any major line break, if that was set per year because the pressures don't vary that much from one year to the next, whether you're conserving or not, in a drought year, you're going to have a little higher percentage than in a non-drought year because your production is going to be higher, your billings are going to be higher, and it's going to bring that water loss down a little bit because if the real loss stayed the same, the leaks, then that percentage amount becomes less as you sell more water. So we're a little higher than we'd like to be at 13%. That's a lot lower than what was in the email, but we generally would like to see about 8% is our goal. 10% is considered pretty good, but that's normal year type work. The other part of this loss is what they call apparent losses. Apparent losses are when the older meters, and we have plenty of old meters now. They're getting over 10 years old, and some of the transmitters are starting to conk out on them. They tend to let water go through without fully registering the amount. So you have a certain percentage due to apparent losses just because of the error in the meters. So we have to work on a meter replacement capital type project in the future. That should be on our list of goals to start addressing. Let me see, there's another slide I think that shows a graph of this. So just to show you a draft, another graph of this, that's where our percent loss went from a high in January, dropped to a low in the May-June billing cycle. And these are just shown by our bi-monthly billing cycles. So that's where we ended up. The red dashed line there is our average for the year at about 13%. By regulation of complying with Senate Bill 555, we're required to submit our full water audit by October of this year. So it's the first time that new regulation goes into effect. They're still finalizing some of their requirements. I spoke with one of the staff people at the Water Board this morning, and I believe there's going to be enough flexibility where we could either do it on a calendar year basis or maybe the prior fiscal year, because they want some financial data in their spreadsheet as well, and it might help to have it based on the fiscal year. And if so, we may be a little bit ahead of ourselves for that last 6 months, because we might be able to drop back to having it from July 1 of 2015 through June 30th of 2016 for our reporting period. So that may end up in our submittal for the October deadline. So that pretty much sums up what we found out so far. Again, we're still meeting internally. We have our billing department, water department, myself, and Carolyn, who's assisting me, figuring out how can we better present this on a regular basis. How do we, the battle we have is getting the information out there in a timely fashion, but yet still needing to add to it, do further quality control, which slows down the process of releasing it to the public. So we're kind of battling that little bit of a dilemma right now. So without any further explanation, if you have questions, I'd be glad to elaborate. So thank you.
Question.
Vice President Sanders.
Bob, if the fire department was to flush out a fire hydrant, that water would show up as not billed for, correct?
It could. Now Chief Hollingsworth and I have had some discussions, and we need to pull them more into this as we have time to look at putting some construction meters or something on the fire trucks so that when they flow a hydrant, they can routinely flow it through there. Of course, when you're fighting a fire, we don't want anything to slow them down. But if there's a routine flushing operation, it'd be best to capture that and then figure out the mechanism, how we get the data from the fire department into this type of analysis. It's a very good question.
Any other Director Farmer?
Yeah, Engineer Greshams, you gave us this green sheet here, which is the first projection that you had up there. But, obviously the issue is with regard to a member of the community questioning the unaccounted for amount of water that we've lost that you had on the last two slides. We don't have a copy of that, is that correct?
Right, this is a...
Okay, so since you have it up there, if you could make copies of that information available to us, to the directors, and perhaps have it available at the district website so members of the community could see it as well?
Sure, and I think we could post that with Monique's help on our site for the agenda packet and make sure that's available. It will have a big draft across it, as far as these slides here, because it's still considered draft analysis at this point, but we could certainly get that on our website.
Madam President, if I could, one of the things that we want to be able to do is, and Bob spoke about this, is when we read the town and we get those figures and we post that on the website, and then we get production figures and we post that on the website, to the untrained eye, it would look like there was a serious discrepancy, and that's where the 28% came from. So when we read the town and we do production, we're going to pull back a little bit. We're going to convene staff, come up with a methodology, as Bob discussed, on making sure we have good, accurate numbers, including internal accounts and things like that, and then we'll post it. That'll result in a little bit of a delay, but it'll result in good, accurate information that will hopefully address some of the concerns that the community members may have regarding unaccounted for water. What's one of the joys that I get out of management is getting everybody together and saying, okay, how can you improve communication? How can you work better together? So now we have engineering and admin and operations and billing sitting down, and they sat down for a good period of time yesterday. And that'll happen every billing cycle now, and it'll happen after every month, and that will enable everybody to be communicating, but it'll also enable everybody to have an understanding of what the other departments are doing, work with each other on this issue, understand why it's so important. If somebody was to say, well, you have 28% unaccounted for water, holy cow, and that is a holy cow issue. But we need to, and we will do a better job on everybody working together and getting good, accurate information out to everybody.
Thank you. I have a question, and it's not quite on the water loss, but it's on page 16 of the general manager's report. Water production for the calendar year of 2016 amounted to 494.28 acre feet. And it says that this sustainable water facility produced and re-injected into San Simeon Creek Aquifer a total of 23.7 acre feet during 2016, with 5.7 being in December. That was a little bit alarming. Were we running it in the way that, because 23 acre feet is less than a month's worth of supply, and I know that we don't get 100% of what's re-injected, right? So I'm looking at page 16 at the top. So this is my concern, because it's less than a month, but we were running it pretty much solid, and it was being billed solid because we were running it. Can you just speak to that a little bit?
What was really controlling the operation a lot was the tracer study that was going on. We had, and the staffing and related costs of staff that 24/7. So what we did was we allowed the tracer study to continue. We would run the plant during normal staffing hours, typically Monday through Friday, 8 to about 4 p.m., 8 a.m., 4 p.m. roughly. And the weekends or at night, because we had to run that tracer study continuously, we would use a recycle loop. So there was an above grade pipeline run from well SS2 to the injection well. So we'd switch the source for that injected water that was used for the tracer study, so we could shut down the plant at night and on the weekends and on holidays. So it didn't run, I think, on Thanksgiving holiday. It didn't run over the Christmas holiday season or on the weekend. So it just ran the recycle water line that had the tracer chemical added to it in that period of time. Otherwise, we would have been having quite a bit of an expense and dilemma to do with operator time to be there 24/7 for 7 days a week. So that number is fairly low when you see it, and it's because of that recycle line running.
So we'd be getting, that's only about a third, in other words, is kind of what you're saying, or less than a third of what we would be doing if we were doing 24/7. If
Yeah,
we
I'm
were,
trying to do
if we were in a
Yeah, it's a
drought.
pretty low number compared
Yeah,
to run it 24/7.
but so you're saying that this
Yeah.
is not what's possible to be,
Correct.
this was a lower amount?
Correct. I think it can inject, if I remember right, about 1.8 acre feet per day.
Okay,
So to give you a rough idea.
okay. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Welcome.
Madam President, as long as we're on the same subject, let me ask Mr. Gressens a question. Well, first of all, I'd like to make a comment. You were very quick to be able to offer to put something on the website that's a draft. I think that's against the tradition we've had. I don't know how many times I see things in draft form and then later on they're corrected. I think we should have correct information on there. That's just my personal opinion. And it sounded like the general manager has a process that will allow us to look at that every time. But while we're on the production, we've been injecting not only this year, but we've been injecting water in the previous operation of the well field. And when we ran the tracer test, even though we exceeded the 60 days, in other words, we didn't see any bromine for 60 days, eventually did we ever see the tracer arrive in our production wells?
Yes, that was part of the analysis, and
Okay.
and they did get tracer picked up at the right location. So
Okay.
that's part of the report that's being developed right now by CDM Smith, and
Right.
it's the hydrogeologist is writing it this month. So
Right. Now, if that water went to a production well, it actually went to our tanks. And it's probably water that we drank and showered with, right?
yeah, it was a pretty inert tracer. It was approved by California.
So I'm just wondering why on social media we have some people that continue to, people that should know better, they come here all the time and they speak to us regularly. They're saying that we've never used this water. This water's been used over and over by us, hasn't it? I mean, the plant has
Correct.
provided water for us.
It has to
Okay.
meet the right quality. and
Just
the right,
wanted to clarify that, that's all.
travel time.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna take public comment on the general manager's portion of the.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm
President
sorry.
Rice.
I couldn't see your
Yeah,
name. I'm sorry, Director Thompson.
I have no problem with the fire report being under the general managers, but I think I would still like to hear separately from the chief at every meeting, because not only myself, but I think the community would like to hear from the chief on what's going on with the fire department. So whether it's up with the sheriff or under the general manager, I really would like to have him present
Yes,
separately.
I don't have any problem with that. I think we had talked about this month doing it. He's going to give his report because we have the item on the agenda. I completely agree with you that I just wanted to bring him in under because the fire chief it's the CCSD department. I wanted to bring him in to that. Did you hear that, Chief? Okay, thank you. So let's take public comment on the general manager's reports, and then we'll do board reports. And Tina Dickinson?
How's that? Woo! Okay. Wow, it's really, really loud. Really loud. Is there something wrong with it? Or, okay, there we go. Okay. All right. Very short report considering all of the activity we've had with the flooding. So I know that we had pretty serious flooding in the well field in San Simeon on Wednesday, January 4th. I was out there and photographed it. On Sunday, January the 8th, we had as much, if not more, flooding. And yet we were relying on SR4, I read, and SR3. My question to the general manager, to the engineer, through you, President Rice, is despite all of the money, and I've been keeping track, and I can say for the 9 million or 13 million, we're well over 20 million for this plant. What good does it do when everything, the well field is flooded out? We have then possible contamination issues for us to be able to rely on SR4. And that is it, really. I mean, we can say, yes, SR3, but we're really mostly dependent on SR4 because of the accumulation that well can hold. So that's an issue for me. Another issue is I would like to ask through you, the President, whether we have secured any kind of made a contract with an agency to dispose of the brine waste from the effluent pond. I'm going out on a regular basis and photographing the level of the evaporation pond. I'm deeply concerned about it, and I have been in regular contact with the regional board. And I've had emails from the regional board. They are very concerned about what was brought up last night, apparently at the NCAC meeting from Director Behringer, that the district, through the general manager feels that the TDS testing results were low enough to be able to pump the water from the evaporation pond to the creek. First of all, you absolutely have to have a permit. I would like someone who was there maybe. What did you say then? I'd like to know what was said.
I want to get the answers for you, Ms. Dickinson.
If
Why
that
don't you
indeed
finish
was
your
what was
comment?
said, and if that, believe me, if that is what the district is intending to do, watch out. Watch out.
I would like to get that
That's a huge
answer for you.
violation.
I understand.
So I'd like to hear
Ms.
what Mr.
Dickinson.
Behringer did indeed say.
Madam President, I have a question of the speaker. I didn't,
Well, this is not at the time for discussion with the, I want to hear what Director Behringer has to say about what he said last night, and then we'll go forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
At the NCAC meeting yesterday, I did say that I had talked to the general manager, and he had discussed the fact that there was water. And it's kind of on the buzz somewhere where in fact, it was an email that came from Mr. Gruber when the evaporation pond was being filled by runoff. And I mentioned that there was a culvert, and in discussing with the general manager, there was a culvert that was stuck that allowed surface water to flow into the percolation pond. I had discussed with him the fact to find out how much brine we had in the pond and how much water may have gone into the pond, and it would be diluted by a 20-to-1 ratio. I did mention that. And then we could, how we're going to get rid of that was an issue, and perhaps we could investigate it. And that was from me, not from Mr. Gruber. Mr. Gruber wasn't saying how he was going to get rid of the water. It was my comment to him that perhaps we can do something about pumping the water out. That's what I said. Now, that was my opinion. It wasn't the general manager saying that. It was what I had said to the general manager
I'd
to
like-
investigate that.
May I
Excuse
respond
me,
to then,
Miss-
please? I think I have the right to respond.
Excuse me, Ms. Dickinson, this is a time for public comment. Can I have the
This
general
is not-
manager?
This is not public, this is the agenda item.
Yes, it is, ma'am, and you've had your time. I would
No,
like
I
the
need to
general manager
this is
to...
a
Thank you, Madam
response.
President.
Can I
With
please have the
regards-
general manager respond to this
With regards-
concern? It's a
thank-
concern.
Thank you, Madam President. With regards to the rains, I've covered it pretty extensively in my general manager's report. I assume that everybody reads the general manager's report, and so I was asked and agreed upon that for reasons of brevity, so we could spend more time on regular agenda items, that I would just present my general manager's report, and if there was any questions the board could ask at that time. And so I think that's fair, because I don't really need to go over everything if it's already written. The other thing is, during the storm events, I consistently, in an ongoing basis, communicated to the board on the status of the storms. With regard to the San Simeon well field, we were able to run the San Simeon 1 well during all the storm events, and we only turned off wells 2 and 3 as a precautionary measure. And there was never any immediate threat of, and the word contamination was used. That's just not true. Historically, the San Simeon well field has always experienced what it's experienced when you get a heavy flow, especially when Rocky Butte gets a lot of rain and it comes down through the tributary and down the San Simeon Creek. But the water department did a good job in communicating to me what the status of the well fields were, and I communicated that onto the board and onto the media. Regarding the brine pond, that's an issue that we have absolutely, frustratingly saying so, is absolutely have no control over that whatsoever. What we did do is take corrective action so it would not continue to fill. And the reason it filled is because the state parks property adjacent to the brine pond, water was flowing and cascading from that property into a culvert, and that culvert was blocked. And so it forced it up and over the road and worked its way into the brine pond. So that's We're working with Caltrans, where we've sent emails to state parks. We're working with the county. I'm sorry, not Caltrans, with the county. And so that was one of those things caused by natural disaster. I was not going to say anything, but I will, because that's who I am. Frankly, I just think it gets really old when Ms. Dickinson continues to take pictures and sends them to Regional Water Quality Control Board and takes up their staff time and takes up our staff time. Now, she can do whatever she wants. She's a private citizen, but I got to tell you, it wastes a lot of our time. It wastes a tremendous amount of Regional Water Quality Control Board staff time. They have better things to do. If I was to do a public records request from State Water Resources Control Board, from Regional Water Quality Control Board, from the county, from the California Coastal Commission, on the 4 or 5 people that I would probably fill this table. And at some point in time, I'm going to do that, just to show you that it borderlines harassment. And she knows it. And I got a call today again from Regional Water Quality Control Board. They have better things to do than be Tina Dickinson's servant. And that's how they feel. It also discredits the district. And so with that,
Mr. Gruber, I still didn't hear the answer to the question about what we were doing with what's in the brine pond. I also didn't hear you communicate. You communicated to the staff, which is great, and you communicated with us, which is great. I didn't hear any communication with the regional board directly from you, not through causes.
The regional board did come out because there was photographs taken and sent to them.
Because that's their job.
Well, it's their job, but it didn't give us the opportunity. We were running around under a disaster preparedness situation. And so Regional Water Quality Control Board comes out and says, why didn't you contact us? Well, we knew about this less than 24 hours ago, and we had every intention of calling you. But when everything else is going to, you know what, in a handbasket, we got other things to worry about. So, of course, they were sent the photographs. And then Ryan Lodge came out and looked at it, and we haven't addressed how we're going to remove that water yet. There has been no conversations about how we're going. That conversation will include Regional Water Quality Control Board. It's going to have to be. We might just let it evaporate out, but there was no discussion or any plans to unilaterally or take that stuff and pump it into the creek. It's the urban legend. It's the social media. It's the folks that are doing everything.
No.
Listen, let me finish. It's the folks that are doing everything they can to discredit this district and that project.
Okay, and let's.
And they're going to continue to do it. I mean, it's just they're going to continue to do it because that's the strategy.
I appreciate. I think everybody's aware of a lot of the communications going on. I was just trying to get a question answered that was with respect to the pond itself. I also think that we need to be proactive with the regional board with this project because they have their eyes on us already. And we know that we have people in town that are keeping these agencies informed, and they have expertise that may be able to help our staff in dealing with some of these things because they're professionals. That's what it's their job. So we should look at them not as an enemy we're trying to hide things from, but rather as an ally to try and get it right, because they do have expertise that we just can't afford as a small district.
There couldn't be anything else farther from the truth. I mean, Regional Water Quality Control Board has hundreds of public agencies that they're responsible for. We don't hide anything from them, but yet they're led to believe that we do. And so I'm going to have it, and I hope they're listening. I'm going to have a sit down, come to Jesus meeting with them, and let them know that when we're responding to an emergency situation all over this community, and we didn't immediately pick up the phone, what they should be happy about is prior to me coming here and shortly after I arrived, we had massive sanitary sewer overflows every time we had a storm. We have not had one sanitary sewer overflow. And so we work very closely with the regulatory agencies. It makes it difficult if almost not impossible, to continue to have a good, healthy relationship with them when we have certain individuals within the community doing everything they can to disparage the reputation of this district. And that's really what it's all about. You know,
I'd like to suggest that we do set up a meeting and have that come to Jesus meeting so we can get straight with this agency, because regardless of what other people in the community are doing to our reputation, whether it's positive. Excuse me, Mr. Gruber. Let's do that in the next month, and let's meet with them and try and get on the same page so that we have procedures in place, so when they get pictures before we've had a chance to call, they know that we're already on the list of things to do.
Mrs.
That's all.
Dickinson is the reason Justin Smith left this district.
Can we please not?
No, I'm going to.
Mr. Gruber? Mr. Gruber,
Dickinson,
this is a board meeting. Can we please not run into the attacking people? It is not.
She sends pictures to the regional board. She harasses our staff.
Mr. Gruber,
she caused our water supervisor to leave.
Mr. Gruber.
Okay, but I'm
I
going to tell you,
understand the frustration, sir.
it's not frustration. It's idiocy. It's harassment.
Director Berenger?
President Rice, I'd like to respond to Mike. I didn't get all
I
of my
just
3
wanted
minutes
to-
because he interrupted me. I want to respond
That
to
is-
Director Berenger, please,
No,
not to anybody else.
Excuse me.
Madam President, I would like to apologize for not making it clear at the NCAC meeting last night that it was my suggestion that perhaps we could pump the water out. It was just and the general manager never acknowledged that. He didn't. It's something that I had on a conversation. He didn't acknowledge that at all. There was no intention of the district in doing. I apologize for misleading, for not being clear enough on it. Was my opinion. And I appreciate that a citizen called me on it, too. So I apologize for that.
So may I please
Thank
just
you.
respond to the I
Ms.
never got my
Dickinson-
3 minutes in.
Ms.
I didn't.
Dickinson, you've had your 3 minutes.
I didn't get 3 minutes. I was interrupted. Please, may I have like 20 seconds is all to finish my comments. That's all I'm asking.
20 seconds.
Right. The water that was the issue that the Director Berenger mentions from going across the street from north to south, from State Park's property, it was the culvert. That water did not reach into the pond. 22 inches of rain have been what's accumulating in the pond. And I watch those marker numbers. The CCSD should be doing that as well. To be saying that I'm harassing the district, I haven't harassed you one bit. I don't even talk to you. The reason I go to the regional board is I can't get anywhere with staff.
just
I
not
brought
true.
it
Thank
to
you,
the
Ms.
staff.
Dickinson.
It's not true.
You can say what
Ms.
you
You never
want.
come to staff.
Excuse me. Thank you,
always
Ms.
go to the
Dickinson.
regional board. You
Because I
never
don't trust you.
Excuse
Okay.
me. Thank you, Ms.
Give
Dickinson.
us a chance. And we sure as heck don't trust you, Ms. Dickinson. I don't.
I think we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll come back at 1:30 precisely. We have 2 more public comments on the general manager's report. And then I'll have a question for the fire chief, and then we'll have balanced public relations. Mary Webb, followed by Mike Lyons.
Thank you, President Rice. That was a very unfortunate exchange, and I'm really shocked, actually, and not at Tina Dickinson. On item 5, for one thing, the manager's report, we have asked for, I don't know, maybe 10 years here, that the manager's report be divided into different sections so that we can have more than 3 minutes to comment on the major function of this board, which is water, wastewater, sewer, fire, and eliminate, and finance. I mean, that would just be great. But water and wastewater are not standing committees, and so we're not getting the information that we really need after we've built this $13 million project. There wouldn't be this level of vitriol in this room had we had standing committees, in my mind. On the production report, since the way the production report is written, they've got the AWTP, it looks like it is included in the total. So for crying out loud, if it's not included in the total, take it out and put it somewhere else on the report. Also, the AWTP water should not be considered production, and obviously, they are not, actually you're not putting it in the totals because it really isn't production. We only get maybe half of that amount of water when we get it, and we don't get it for at least 2 months. So just figure it out, folks. You don't get that water for at least 2 months. Once they start it, 2 months later, you may get some in your well. And you may only get it in your well if the wells aren't already full. But when the wells are full, that water may not ever actually get into your well. That's where the social media stuff is coming in. Too bad we have to resort to social media. When we do start to count that water, I hope that it's not just called AWTP production water, that somewhere it's specified that 23.07 acre feet is being produced, but we actually was treated, but 15 acre feet is produced, something like that. It needs to be clear how much water we're actually getting out of our $13 million machine. That's the only way we're going to figure out how much it costs us per acre foot. I'd like to know the status of the permit, whether we got extensions from the county. I'd like to know, is the draft subsequent EIR on the water project the last EIR, or is that actually a draft? And are we going to have another process where we have another EIR somewhere down the line this year? I'd like to know flooding in the well field. I read in the paper, I'm sorry, I'm not an engineer, but I think I read in the paper the well field in San Simeon was shut down. Director Behringer did say last night at the NCAC meeting, no, the wells were never shut down. There's nothing wrong with the wells. Everything's fine in the well field. Well, I'm getting different stories here, and so are other people. I was not the only one at the NCAC meeting last night that heard that the general manager and the director, Behringer, thought that they could take the water out of the evaporation pond and discharge it into the culvert, which goes into the creek. That's not, there's no confusion there. We're concerned about the size of the brine pond. If it was supposed to hold a 100-year flood event, if it can't even hold one good season of rain, how could it ever hold a 100-year flood event? And I'd like an agency workshop. Great, let's get the agencies all together at the same time, and we can all sit here at the Vets Hall, and then we can have a communication about these.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Mike Lyons, and then I have a question to ask related to something that Ms. Webb said.
Would you rather?
Go ahead. Nope,
wait?
please.
I'd be happy to wait.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Mike Lyons. Actually, I have very little to say now that Mr. Gruber has kindly filled me in on most of the questions that I had. I just would like to reiterate.
Not yet. There you go.
I would just like to be absolutely sure, since I'm not a hydro engineer, neither am I an accountant, sorry. But in layman's terms, I'd like to be reassured that the San Simeon well field is in such a location that every time we have a good rain, it's likely to flood there, that this was well known before any facilities were put there. The facilities were designed for ground flooding in that area and to be able to cope with it. The water that flows down in there is not contaminated and that when you shut off the wells, it's, as you say, as a precaution against perhaps the equipment, and that any water that eventually gets repumped out of there that may trickle down into that well field, before it ever gets re-injected, is tested, and tested again before we drink it.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. I'm hoping that we are using this recent storm and the one that's supposed to be coming up as educational, like we're learning from, because this is the first year that we've had storms and we've had to deal with the percolation ponds. I hope we're using these experiences to learn and improve the processes that we have in place. What is the status on the permit with the county?
Again, the permit's in process. Again, it's subject to completing the final EIR and getting that environmental analysis done. For the EIR, where staff and a consultant are in the middle of writing the responses to comments. So all the comment letters have been redlined with numbers assigned to each specific question or point, and then we're going item by item through each letter, writing a response. That process then turns into what we call a final EIR, and that will go out for public review before the board can consider that for adoption. I'm hopeful that's the only EIR that we have to do, is get that final EIR done with the supporting environmental analysis, so then the county can then act on the permit for a regular coastal development permit. So they're all intertwined with getting that EIR process done. And as far as some of the other points just mentioned on the water quality, I think that's a very good question. In talking with our water supervisor, Jason, the flooding occurred to the west of our main San Simeon well field. So in an abundance of caution, he shut down the whole well field. But there's a surface water treatment rule that requires treatment if you have water within 150 feet of your well. That never did occur with well SS2, which was the operating well at that time. So, and he also has a chlorine analyzer that continually monitors the chlorine residual on that well. So that kept its residual where it was supposed to be, but he shut it down anyway and reverted to the Santa Rosa well field just to be on the safe side. So we actually had 3 wells we could have operated, SR4, SR3, and SS2. So the area to the west of the well field could be improved upon some. It needs to drain because there's 2 hillsides and gullies on the north side of San Simeon Creek Road that drain through that area. So the berm of the creek further down gradient from that, or downstream from that point, has an opening in it that water has to flow from those hillsides into the creek. It's kind of a blessing in disguise, because if you get a high flood from Rocky Butte getting a lot of rain, the water tends to dam up behind a pedestrian bridge or upstream from the pedestrian bridge. That gives the water a place to pool, sort of act like a little bit of a surge area. What we've learned, and I think we're all learning here, and we're going to get better. I think the bottom line is we're going to have a better system when we get through this. We'll have to put a little more riprap or something around the injection well. That was exposed to some of that flood water. I've been coordinating between CDM Smith on that, as well as MBI on the EIR. So we want to add that into the EIR to protect that area better. But the area does have a history of getting water just because of its natural drainage course. But the wells to the east of that, or further inland from that point, are protected better with a little higher berming area. And again, the 150-foot rule goes into effect, where we typically run only well SS2 at that period of time, and then we rely on SR3 and 4 to back it up.
Thank
So
you.
I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the board? All right. Senator Flores, thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm sorry I stepped out to the restroom. I was expecting a long report from the chief, and it went a little shorter than expected. I'd like to take you through, if I could, a PowerPoint presentation on some of the work that we've been doing since the last appearance. And of course, you have a revised 2017 format for the report that we give to the general manager. We changed the format from a narrative to a little bit more of a narrative, bullet, and a percentage of work done, so you can kind of see and monitor progress as we move through the process. So let me just go to the second slide, which is to remind everybody that the scope of work is in 5 silos. Obviously, which is strategic, grants, education, and communications, and of course that means outreach and governmental outreach as well. So these are the tranches in which we work. Go to the next slide if we could. To go a little bit over the advisory work, obviously the Cambria Water Management Plan, I want to say great job to the board, very well done, and to the legal staff and others to get that up and through. I think that's very, very much of a positive. I know in Sacramento that's seen as a positive and almost unheard of that a board could move so quickly within all the parameters and get this thing done. So I want to congratulate Bob particularly for all the work that went into that. We have been working on the tree mortality issue. It's kind of interesting now. We head into a very wet environment in California when just a few months ago we were all sitting in the heat trying to figure out what we're doing with dying trees. I will say that the issue of forestry is still a big issue. It is a massive issue for the governor, and I would definitely say that Cambria needs to continue to be in the mix, and the issue there is pretty simple. The issue is simply how do we make sure that we're looking at other ways to designate which is a high hazard area. Right now, the high hazard area is simply a very old way of looking at our entire system through aerial. And we are trying to combine that to include some historical sites like Hearst Castle, et cetera. And I think, as I mentioned a couple of board meetings ago, people don't get serious about it until you use the word Hearst Castle. Then everybody in the world wants to move very quickly in Sacramento to protect those assets. The goal there is to make sure those assets are included proactively, not just reactively. So we're going to continue to see, hopefully, that the governor's task force includes that criteria going forward. I do know there would be 2 bills this year talking about that criteria, so that would be pushed from the legislative level as well. We continue to obviously monitor the Coastal Commission, the regulatory issues there, the DWR drought issues you've mentioned earlier. The issue now at this point in California is whether or not the state board is going to continue with some of the drought protections now that we're at a very, very high level of water in our reservoirs. The board just literally gave a mandate that it's going to continue on, that the drought, in every sense of the word, those types of protections need to be in place long term. And I expect to see those regulations finalized within the next couple of months. So I don't think that the state is stepping back at all from the drought, even though we're seeing very high water levels. Compliances you just mentioned, and you just had an entire discussion on the EIR. Bob did a good job of talking about the intricacies between the county, the state, and the various regulatory agencies. It is all a weave. They all have got to work together. And I think I will say that the board and the staff responding to the regulatory agencies well early in the process is a positive. I will say that the letters that we've gotten from the Coastal Commission and other regulatory agencies giving us a fair warning on some of the issues they'll be looking at is a positive. And I think we continue to try to work through those in a proactive and hopefully a very supportive manner with the Coastal Commission. So I think that process seems to be working pretty well. Go to the next slide on grant funding. Just a little bit about this. I think I've mentioned that the small community wastewater regulations and assignments are now completed. The issue now is simply how much money is going to be available for communities like Cambria. That falls into the water recycling category, and you should know that the issues with the bond are still outstanding. It's 3 times oversubscribed. But yet in the recycling area, there's still a lot more money to be given out, believe it or not. There's some areas that are very subscribed and some that aren't. So as you start to look at your wastewater facility and you start to look at some of the things you're doing here, that falls into that category. Lots of discussion needs to take place in Sacramento still on that issue. As you know, we're still waiting for a 5% reimbursement from the Prop 84 dollars. Staff's been working very, very hard on that. Bob's been working very hard on that. I've been part of a big email train trail of trying to get the state and the county together on the same page, and we hope that will be resolved very quickly. Sounds as though everything seems to be working perfectly in that regard. The last bullet I do want to mention, last summer came to the board and there was a feeble attempt prior to the Trump administration and the last election on trying to get Senator Feinstein, had a very big water bill, lots of things in that water bill. Cambria was included in that water bill, and then it just kind of died, and then it got resurrected again in the last, probably last couple of weeks. After the new administration had won election, there was a little kind of a, what we call a lame duck session. Senator Feinstein and Majority Leader McCarthy got together and passed a pretty substantial bill dealing with conveyance. But at the same time, a lot of those funding issues were actually still inclusive. And the goal now is to figure out whether or not Cambria is actually still there, although not named. So they took out all of the ornaments, but the categories remain. So we hope to work with staff to see if there's going to be that kind of funding for the projects that Cambria is looking at. So I think we still have a lot of work to do with the Feinstein-McCarthy bill. Let's go on to the next slide. On education and outreach, whoops, let me go back one more real quick. There we go. Oh, got it. Okay. So I don't have to tell anybody in the room or to the board, the Coastal Commission is going through quite a transition. You know, they've had some coastal members leave. We have new coastal members about to be appointed. The bottom line is I want you to know that we are keeping track of the entire board. So I think we have a very clear picture of who is likely to leave, who is likely to at least apply to be a member of the Coastal Commission. That's important for the board and for the community because we want every coastal commissioner to know exactly what Cambria is doing, what they're up to, what their goals are, and more importantly, have a good sense of what this community cares about. So as we watch these new coastal commissioners roll in over the next year and a half, I think it's really, really important to not only get to meet them as they become appointed, but more importantly, try to have a face of Cambria. And we hope to be working on that as this turnover continues. I will say that the receptions that the coastal commissioners do have are very valuable. I know that the president and myself attended the local one. It was very positive. I think there was lots of good discussion, and I think those need to continue. Next February, it's in Newport Beach. I do know they have a lighter agenda, so I would encourage board members to try to attend those as well. Three other issues in terms of where we're at with state parks. We're still working through the surveillance that's needed in the bridge. We continue to have discussions with the legislative staff on that issue. And of course, you know, the big issue outstanding for the board is really where would the Trump administration stand on coastal protections? That's a whole gamut of discussion, but we will be monitoring, making sure the appointments and their statements about coastal protection, people understand that. That can be anything from desal to water intrusion to conservation. So we're paying really close attention to see who those appointments are going to be and how they feel about some of the issues here, particularly here in this community of Cambria. Okay, so let me go to the next slide. On the regulatory work, I think it was mentioned about a workshop with regulators, everyone getting in a room and somehow hashing it out. And I would only say, I wish the process really worked like that. I think there's some sense that it does in some cases, but it's normally, unfortunately, towards the end. And I think it would be valuable as we do, hopefully, Madam President, and any board members, and of course the GM and I have been trekking to Sacramento, having those discussions in a holistic way I think is a very positive recommendation. It's just very difficult to get them all in a room, believe it or not, unless there's two things that happen: crisis and bad press. And for whatever reason, that only seems the only way you get every regulatory agency in the room seems to be about that when something like that is occurring. I do think, Madam President, as you begin to formulate and the board where you want to go in 2017, having those types of discussions are going to be important, not to discount them. It's just a question of how you interact with the agencies, how the agencies feel about you. And I can say from last year's trips in 2016, the GM mentioned a lot of discussion with members, in some cases of regulatory agencies. And it is a bit of a distraction in some cases when we're trying to begin a conversation and we're backtracking to another conversation. So I think everyone getting on the same page in a proactive way would be a very positive thing. Let me just hit a few other things. I think we talked briefly, Madam President, about board and members proactively taking a day, hopefully, and trying to meet with some of the key decision makers. As you know, it's the new legislative session, new chairs, and here's the key point about this. Given the term limit cycle, after this last election, I believe unless something really bad goes wrong, something happens, most members will be the same members to the year 2024. So a lot of members who are there have very much longer terms, 10 and 12-year terms at this point. Getting to know those folks, getting them to know what Cambria is about, et cetera, is super important, and getting them to understand the issues here is something I think the board needs to take a proactive role in and continue to try to move in that direction. So let me go to the last slide. Basically, these are the agencies we just talked about earlier. All of them have an integral role, not just in the EIR and the permanent facility, but more importantly, on the everyday aspects of the board. I would expect that if we didn't know every single person in every one of these agencies and with some sort of easy way to get to them on the issues that affects the board, we probably wouldn't be doing our job. So we continue to try to work and try to make sure that we're interacting with all of the agencies as things come up and as staff tries to solve their everyday issues, which sometimes get caught between Sacramento, the county, and in some cases the regulatory agencies. So that's my report, and I will take any questions.
I have a question,
Yeah.
which is, this is great, and the new format is helpful. I'm having a little bit of, I guess, small townness going on in my reasoning. Can you talk a little bit about what's the benefit of us getting to know the legislators? And I understand with interacting with some of the regulatory agencies in
Yeah.
Sacramento that can be helpful, especially with a big project.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to understand what the benefit might be.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you the benefit from every policy issue that is affecting the board. Let's use tree mortality. So trying to get a sense of trying to understand the environmental committees, how they're formulating legislation, how you get to be a part, in some sense, of that discussion is super important. It not only means, in some cases, the grant dollars that are available. I will tell you that the grants that you received in this last tree mortality round, it doesn't happen just by somebody saying, boy, we think Cambria is a great place. I think it comes from policymakers understanding that this community has unique needs. It has very, very different types of assets, and those assets in many cases need to be protected. And that has to be part of the criteria. So meeting and getting to know some of these policymakers and getting to understand when those issues come up, particularly as they're formulating some policies, some regulations, and more importantly, funding, super important. I mean, it's just not to say that Bill Monning isn't doing his job, because he's there fighting every day as well as your other representatives, but getting other folks to get an appreciation for Cambria other than traveling through it, flying over it, or getting to understand what the issues are is super important from my perspective. So, I can probably go all the way through the water issues. I mean, recycled water is going to be a big issue this year. What we're doing, desal is either on or off, depending on how the drought is looking. I've heard 3 bills that were there last year now have dissipated. So there's a lot of discussion about water intrusion and a whole host of other issues. So I would just simply say, at the minimum, getting to know those local officials, meaning local, I mean, it's not like we're going to Congress and trying to get somebody from Illinois or Missouri to understand what we do here in Cambria. We may be talking to somebody from South Central or somebody from another part of the state. Getting them to understand why it's important, I think, in my view, is pretty critical.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, yes, Director Farmer.
Senator Flores, my name's Harry Farmer. I'm the new addition to the board, so we don't really know each other at all. Hopefully that will happen in the coming year. I want to ask you something. We have this list of Cambria CSD projects, and one of them is still pursuing grant funding for the Fiscalini water tank? Okay. Now, there was a problem in the past with regard to us beginning construction of the facility before putting in the application. And so we've heard from the general manager that we had some type of verbal agreement and that it was just a mere formality with regard to how the process went. So if you're still following up on this, I would appreciate a totally thorough, you providing us all of the paperwork, not just hearing about some verbal agreement, but all the paperwork that is taking place between you and David Balgobin and Ryan Mitchell, if you don't mind, because this is an important issue. This is like $660,000 that was available to us, and I think it's really important for the ratepayers to understand what's going on.
Absolutely, Director Farmer.
Thank you.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
have one request for comment from the public. Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson. A couple of things. The report by Mr. Flores today lists him as project manager for the Cambria CSD project status 2017. So is Mr. Flores now taking on a new role, not as lobbyist, but as something quite different? That's my first question. Second, which I don't think he actually touched upon on page 2 of his report, is still the issue of the San Simeon and Santa Rosa aquifers, the diversion permits, the time extensions. I am seeking licensing approval, but that was not expanded upon. And that's what I'm finding in these reports is that there's just, a little headline, but there's no in-depth reporting. I would really appreciate receiving some more in-depth reportings, considering how much time Mr. Flores spends in Sacramento. I would think, and we've been talking about the general manager and Mr. Flores meeting with the State Water Resources Control Board on a number of occasions. So that's a huge issue because of the 732 acre-feet that has been lost because of not using it in 2005, 2010 in those respective San Simeon, Santa Rosa aquifers. I was pleased to see that Mr. Flores, as I've always believed, that actually reservoirs are extremely important in the state of California, and I was happy to read his opinion that he authored, and it was a Bakersfield publication, that he's fully on board, apparently, with now reservoirs, now that we're getting lots and lots of rain, because I think people that just think that we're never going to get a drop of rain, that was their thinking. We've had 3 or 4 year droughts before, and then look. So as I had proposed and did workshops on a reservoir for 600 to 700 acre feet of off-stream storage for this area, I still think that is something that needs to be pursued. I absolutely believe in it, and I was happy to read his opinion, to see that he's actually agreeing with that. So I thank you for that time to speak on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. All right. Board member reports. Oh, sorry, no. Chief Hollingsworth, do you have a separate report from the agenda item that you came today? Is there anything in particular you'd like to report to? Okay, because we didn't allow for him to prepare for that. So, but we will have that starting in February, Director Thompson, because I think that is a very good idea. All right, board member reports.
You mean like ad hoc reports? You may not know it, but I went to the NCAC meeting last night. Yes, and tragically, I didn't. I wasn't very clear on my opinion, but there was. And by the way, anybody, if they want a clarification, my number's in the book. Call me. You can call me to clarify something if you think that I said something that was inappropriate. And one thing on the NCAC that was kind of interesting, there was a guy named Jay Johnson who was talking about the TDC program, and he's looking for imaginative ways of increasing or getting more TDCs to be purchased, especially in Cambria. It's been a very successful program. He had an idea of maybe allowing TDCs to be used on a secondary unit, or apartments, which is kind of interesting and innovative. And when asked when he thought about it, he said he thought about it that morning because he's trying to come up with everything he can to make that program viable. So he was thinking on his feet too. Anyway, but otherwise nothing.
TDC is?
Transfer of development credits.
Thank
You want to build a McMansion, then you just buy your way into it. That's kind of what people look at it. But really what it is it's a way to build just a little bit larger structure and be able to add a deck or whatever, and you pay. And what the development credit then does, that money goes into retired lots. And the Build-Out Reduction Committee, which I also went to see, or I visited the Build-Out Reduction Committee at least twice in the last month. And I'm just sitting there as a listener to see what they're doing, but they're continuing their good work.
Thank you, Director Beringer. I'm glad that you've attended those meetings. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you. I attended the Fire Safe Focus Group meeting last week. Just several items I think that were of note. As you recall, the board approved the concept paper to CAL FIRE for the biomass project, and it's expected that we should have some sense as to whether or not we're going to be funded and invited to submit an application within the next few weeks. So we'll have some word on that. County planning is very supportive of the project, and the only potential issue is that we may need to test the ambient noise levels of the equipment. But as of this point, it looks very positive. Bruce Fosteich is the rep from the focus group to the Fire Safe Council, which is the county-wide group. And it's expected that Debbie Arnold will be chairing that group next year if it's approved by the board, which is probably likely to happen. Some storm effects were discussed. Healthcare District had a mudslide behind their building, so they're actually have their ambulances sited up at the fire station at this point until that issue is resolved. And it was also pointed out that the trail from Tin City to Burton has been wiped out, and so we're waiting to see what the county approach will be on that, because it's a very unsafe issue at this point. And then finally, the focus group expressed appreciation from the citizens for all of the staff's hard work, that being fire staff and also CCSD water and wastewater staff during the recent storms, and they expressed their appreciation for their work.
Thank you. Director Thompson.
I'll just make a brief comment, excuse me. I did attend the Forest Committee meeting. The Schwarzes are out here if they want to follow up on anything I say. And there wasn't really too much that was discussed that I could report, other than the fact that the thing that I seem to recall at the end of the meeting is that the committee is hoping to take videos of the forest here in Cambria and plug it into the videos that the tourism board has online, that people, the tourism board gets, what is it, 250,000 hits or something, I can't remember the number, but an extraordinary number of people visit their website. And so they are hoping to incorporate, like I say, some very attractive videos of the forests here in Cambria to make people even more aware of the community that we have here, and the natural community.
Thank you very much. I don't have any committee reports, but I did want to let the board know that I'm attending a climate change adaptation symposium in Sacramento that's being put on by the Department of Resources. It's a 2-day symposium on how to approach the needed adaptations and possible solutions and programs that are at the state level, to try and hopefully hook into some of those things, us being a coastal area here. and probably being affected by sea level rise. So if there's no other reports, we can go to consent, and I'd like to first ask if there's any items that any directors would like to have pulled on consent. Director Behringer?
I'm not interested in pulling an item, but I think that the quarterly budget review, if the finance manager is prepared enough to just give us a brief statement on it prior to, in fact, I'd move that we adopt it, but I would like to have him mention something on it.
Other items to be pulled?
I think I just heard a motion to approve the consent calendar. Is that-
I'll move to approve the consent calendar, given the fact that the finance manager will give a brief review.
Still seeing if there's anybody that has
Okay.
items to be pulled. I want to pull item C from consent, please, and let's pull item G for separate approval.
Sure, okay. With item C and G pulled, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second the motion?
It's been moved and seconded to approve consent A, B, D, E, and F. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimously passes. Let's start with number C, letter C, the increase to the reserve engineer salary schedule. I asked for this item to be pulled because I was kind of confused as to why we needed to do this, because we do have a separate, I didn't know we had separate ranks for reservists, and this is apparently for the reservists that are not at the basic level, but at the apparatus. Can you please speak to this a little bit?
That's correct, and I'm going to have Monique answer. 6C.
6C. Changing the reservist hourly rate.
Okay, well, traditionally, we've had the engineers that are reserves receive $1 more. When we updated the salary schedule to comply with the federal minimum wage statute, we inadvertently overlooked the engineers receiving $1 more an hour for a higher classification. So it's to amend that.
Were they already going to be paid that, or it was just a change that
If
was,
you-
it was essentially a typo?
Okay, apparently we've also updated the title from apparatus engineer to fire engineer, fire reserve engineer, or reserve fire engineer.
Okay.
But if you look back at our old salary schedules, you'll see that we had tiers for salaries, and the engineer is the highest level that we currently have. I know we've had lieutenants in the past, but currently we have engineers that are reserves, and they receive higher compensation.
I'm looking at the Exhibit A to Resolution 3616, which was approved by the board at our August meeting, and there is reserve firefighter $11. That's what we're talking about changing to 12?
I believe so, yeah.
All right, thank you. I'll take a motion on item C.
I'd like to make a comment.
Yes, Director Farmer.
Just to add a little levity to the meeting. I'm glad to hear that the name is being changed from apparatus engineer. I only say that because I remember my first job when I was going to college. I worked at a defense plant, that's what they call it. And I happened to work in the area where we made copies of blueprints and other items. And people would say, well, Harry, where do you work? I said, well, I work in reproduction services. And they'd kind of chuckle, so apparatus engineer just reminded me of that. I just thought I'd throw that in. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move that we adopt item 6C.
I'll second the motion with the comment that I can't believe anybody would be willing to put their life on the line for $12 an hour. That's a real bargain.
And I think it is almost mandatory that we're doing this.
Moved and
to-
seconded. Any objection for unanimous vote on this? Yes? Seeing none, we approve this one. Item 6C. 6G, Director Behringer asked for this to be pulled. I also have it on my list of items to be pulled. I have a clarifying question, and then I'd like to hear from Patrick. And the clarifying question is on the changes in the projections of expenditures and revenues. Is this essentially an approval of a change to the budget or a change to the authorizations for expenditures? Or is this just a receive and file report?
It's a receive and file report. We'll be giving, so later on the agenda, we'll be putting together a finance committee. And the finance committee, once it's appointed, will meet to go over these figures and these calculations. It's one of the things that Patrick and I wanted to start doing on a monthly basis, just to kind of keep the board and the community apprised of where the district is overall financially. To answer your question, no, it's just an informational item. But next month, when we come back with the mid-year budget adjustment, that will represent recommendations for changes within the budget based on some of these projections.
Okay.
And that's, whether the board approves those or not is yet to be determined.
So, Mr. Carmel, on this item, are we going to need to actually vote on it, or we can just receive it? We don't necessarily need to make a motion to approve it or anything?
No action is necessary.
Okay, and I would like to, Director Behringer, if you had some questions, or if you'd like to have Patrick give us a presentation. I'm all for additional fiscal transparency, for sure.
Right, I looked through it and I understand it, and I was just being sensitive to some people thinking it was brief, but now that the general manager talked about the more comprehensive mid-year budget, I'm comfortable.
All right. Is there anyone else that would like to hear from Patrick on these numbers? Because I do think it is important, and I'm really glad that we have these prior to the finance committee looking at them, to have something more formal relating to the budget. There's some questions that I have too, but we can deal with those at the committee level. All right. Then we are up to 7A. Is everyone okay? Do we need to take a break, or is everybody still doing okay?
So, I'm sorry. He's not going to speak to the budget?
No.
Can I ask a question then about the budget?
Yes. Because it's a consent agenda item. Yeah, go ahead.
So, I'm sorry, my battery just died on my iPad, so I don't have it all in front of me now. But I had concerns in the budget where the name is continually changing from the Emergency Water Supply Project to what's being referred to as a Sustainable Water Supply Project. And just to remind the board that the Cambrians never voted, ratepayers never voted for a water project for growth. We only voted to increase our rates for an emergency water supply project for existing customers only, and that was the permit that was being sought at the time. In the documents, in the budget documents even, it looks like the name is being inserted. In some places, it still says Emergency Water Supply Project, for I don't know why, and then in other places it says Sustainable Water Supply Project, and I just think it's really important that the community understands that it was an emergency water supply project only. The other thing is I wanted to know about the electrical, how much our electrical for PG&E has been going up. Now that, I don't know if it's more pumps or more lift stations, but it looked like a couple $100,000 a year now for PG&E bills for the wastewater treatment plant, and maybe $154,000 a year or more for the water department. But then I couldn't quite tell on the emergency water supply project how that electrical, was it just $10,000 for the entire year last year, or how those calculations came about, and what the projection is going to be for the electrical if that plant ever did run Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 or something, which is all I think it will be permitted to run, because it cannot run 24/7 because of the noise issues. So that's 24/7 is probably not ever going to happen. And then there was a question about the capital projects. So in the budget, I saw projects that we have been talking about down here for probably 16 years, rodeo grounds, pump stations, Stewart Street tanks, Fiscalini tank. Director Sanders knows he was on the board for those 8 years that General Manager Gruber said when he came into his position, he went to General Manager Ruddick and said, what have you been doing for the past 20 years? Well, in those 20 years, one of our board members was just pursuing seawater desalination to the exclusion of any other kinds of infrastructure maintenance repairs. So in the capital budget, it looks like there's very little money for anything. And you can't, and there's no capital budget for wastewater treatment plant at all in one category. So my question was, is the wastewater treatment plant budget, the budget for the fixing of the plant just being done section by section throughout the budget? Because I didn't see one project that said capital improvement wastewater treatment plant. And I think that's it without having my.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. I've got those questions written down. I'll make sure that we try to cover those when we look at the budget with the Finance Committee.
Madam President, can
Yes,
I
sir.
speak to a comment the last speaker made? During that 8 years, there were quite a few major infrastructure projects undertaken. Pine Knolls Water Tank Facility was completely replaced, pipeline across the Fiscalini Ranch, et cetera.
Thank you, Vice President Sanders.
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
can I suggest that Ms. Webb, if she doesn't mind, I know you probably did a good job capturing all those, but if she could send those to me or Patrick, we could answer those for her.
I'm seeing nodding.
That would be really helpful to us, so we can get her a good answer for those.
Thank you very much.
Because I'm afraid if I try to cover them right now, I'm going to inadvertently forget something. So.
That's great. Thank you.
I don't know if I'm out of line here, but I wish to concur with much of what Ms. Webb said, especially regarding the wastewater facility, and it's just being kind of piecemealing, being little repairs here and there, when obviously much more needs to be done, including a major upgrade, if not, a total replacement. I'd also like to just say, since you commented on electrical costs, I realize this isn't even on the agenda right now, but the projected approval for electrical was $155,000, and it's projected to be $217,000. So that's a huge difference of about, $60,000. So just wanted to mention that.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got those issues written down for the Finance Committee, and Ms. Webb said that she would send those along. Item 7A. Chief, I think you're on after General Manager Gruber introduces this item for us.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and introduce it, then I'm going to let Chief present it. And he does have a PowerPoint, and I'm hoping did the board get copies of that PowerPoint per your request, President Rice? So 7A, you should have a green sheet of just the PowerPoint, and then there's a whole bunch of pages attached to this, and Chief will go over that. But item 7A is consider adoption of Resolution 06-2017, an introduction of an ordinance 01-2017, amending Chapter 6.04 of the Cambria Community Services District Municipal Code, and adopting an amendment to the 2016 edition of the California Fire Code, the 2015 edition of the International Wildland Urban Interface Code, the National Fire Protection Association Standard 1144, and the 2015 International Property Maintenance Code. And that has got to be the longest title of a staff report I've ever read.
Mark this day in history.
Madam President, Board, thank you for having me here today. what I've been asked to do is to present the resolution and upcoming ordinance to you. This is something that happens on a regular yet infrequent basis. It's a triennial process where the International Fire Code is updated for obvious reason every 3 years to incorporate new concepts and ideas. And the California Model Fire Code is then based off of that in the following year. So we now have the 2016 California Fire Code, which is this massive document right here. Some states adopt it, some do not. California has done it for many years. Every jurisdiction at that point then has the right to pursue local amendments to that, and that's what your resolution is. What we've put together for you is a real quick review of this. Of course. So I'll go ahead and move forward on it. If you could probably give us that first slide in the back there. The California Fire Code is based on, the current one is based on the 2015 International Fire Code. We're pursuing the local amendments here. And in all forms of government, this can be a more restrictive process, but we can't actually take away from what they've developed for us. And something that started a number of years ago is, even though we're unincorporated, we have tried to emulate what the county is doing at that level, because as you could probably understand, the jurisdictional boundaries of the CCSD are finite, and if we're requiring something on the inside of that, the county is requiring a completely different standard on the outside, it creates some problems, not only for contractors who are trying to follow all the various rules and regulations, but then it creates an issue in enforcement as well. Next slide, please. What we're presenting to you today is the resolution, and basically what that is a formal adoption of Exhibit A within your packet, which is a findings secondary to the Health and Safety Code. We're to be able to create and adopt local amendments, we're required to base local findings that are unique to this area, and in this instance, it is due to the climatic, geographical, and topographical issues that are unique to Cambria. So that's developed in the packet. You have that in front of you. I'm not going to go ahead and read all of that, but everything unique to Cambria that we love and adore is basically why we have the right to do this and why we've done it for the last number of years. After that, I'm going to introduce the ordinance. You'll have an opportunity to review over the next month, and there's going to be a special hearing that is going to then occur at the next for the public at the next board meeting, potentially on February 23rd. And then once all of this is finalized, it's then submitted to the county for final approval, and it'll go to the County Board of Supervisors. Next slide, please. The main overview to this is there's a lot of changes. Some of it is administrative, some of it is clarifying definitions. I'm not going to review all of those. The ones I'll primarily stick to are in the three specific chapters. Chapter 5 is fire service features, and it deals with a lot of infrastructure stuff that is specific to the area. Chapter 9 is fire protection systems. Those are alarm systems, sprinklers, added annunciator paddles, things like that. And then Chapter 56 is explosives and fireworks. And that deals with our no fireworks ordinance within the community. Next slide.
I'm sorry, could you just go back on those changes, just one more? I heard a two-word phrase I don't know. An enunciator or something?
An enunciator panel is something that's connected to the fire alarm system that tells us where the alarm may be. So for instance, if a fire alarm were to go off at the New Grammar School on Main Street. Yeah, we may not see where the smoke or fire is, but we could go to that panel and it would say, go to section 3A, and it would tell us where that is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So specifically, if we get into the next slide, the ones I'll just highlight for you, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because it could be quite extensive. The reason we highlight this and the changes are as follows. So if you look at, for instance, if you can get to the next slide, that'd be helpful. In the fire code, if I look at section 503.2.3, it talks about surface requirements. In the fire code, it just simply states the fire apparatus access roads shall be designed and maintained to support the imposed loads of fire apparatus and shall be surfaced as to provide all weather driving capabilities. Another one might say it is up to the interpretation of the fire code official. So anything we have applied in regards to local amendments are more clarifying. So in that regard, specifically on surface radius or surface requirements, what we are stating is that all the new roads that have to be going in have to be a minimum of 40,000 pounds and to sustain that capability. Our engines and water tender come close to that as it is now. So we're not talking about retroactive application, we're talking about new things that are happening or new stuff that the county comes in and does. Section 503.2.4 is turning radius. It defines a maximum or a minimum inside turning radius of 28 feet and 40 outside turning radius of 48 feet. It's just further clarification. 503.2.7 grade. No driveway or roadway can exceed a 16% grade, and if it's between 12 and 16%, it has to have a special nonstick surface and things like that. Section 503.4. It gives the power and authority to myself to have any vehicle removed that obstructs a fire apparatus road, any public roadway. If they're blocking it, the vehicle will get towed. And just to clarify, none of what we're talking about right now is new. This is something that we already have on the books, and we're having to re-adopt most of these things right now. Section 505.1 is address identification. We already have a ordinance, local amendments, they identify the size of the letters for recognition, and a lot of this has to do with contrasting colors and styles, so they're easily identifiable for us when we're looking for the emergency. So if you can imagine, if you call 911 and you don't have an address on your home, and the crew that's responding there may be not familiar with you, even though this is a small town, it would be very difficult to find you. So these are the requirements. And this is now going to mimic what the county is doing. And this goes back to that initial goal of trying to emulate what they're doing. So for a minimum, it's a 6-inch height. For commercial, it's an 8-inch. And for industrial, it's a 10-inch. It's a little bit larger than what we've had in recent years, but that is what the county's doing as well. Next slide, Bob. 603.4 is unvented heaters, and believe it or not, there are still people out there that try to put fuel-burning unvented heaters in their homes. That is categorically unsafe, and we specifically identify that and stress it out here in our local amendments, and it gives us the right to go ahead and help them create a safer environment. One of the most significant things is update to section 903.2. Let's have the next slide, please, Bob. The reason this is significant is because there was about 20 pages of verbiage that tried to capture what this and the next slide do. This was developed in concert between using the California Fire Code, the Building Code, the Residential Code, and the specific land use ordinance of San Luis Obispo County. So rather than try to delve through all of the paperwork of all of those 4 different documents, they've basically taken the time to capture all of the restrictions, minimum and maximum requirements, and put them on these 2 tables. So therefore, if I have new construction application for a new residence or commercial, I can reference this table, and it's fundamentally quite more simple to do this than it is to go through all that process, and the county is using the exact same document. So this one is developed for new construction. The next slide shows you one that is developed for existing construction, so it's very easy to reference. Some of the difficulties come in when people put in an application for a plan review and they argue whether or not it's new construction or amending their existing house. So there's a little bit of a interpretational latitude that the fire code official has, but the intent is to obviously create as much of a fire-safe community as possible. Next slide, please. The last ones that are on here is section 907.1, the fire alarm and detection system. This just will mandate, along with what the county is doing, that all new commercial buildings have to have alarm systems in conjunction with fire suppression systems. And these will be monitored. So if you were going to put a new commercial building downtown, it's not going to be a local alarm. It's going to be actually something that's actuated and goes to a monitoring company, along with the fire protection system that's in place. Section 2306.2.3 deals with above-ground fuel tanks. You would think that this is something that may not happen very often, and quite frankly, hasn't happened in a number of years. Most of the fuel facilities around here do underground tanking systems. But in the event that they do go down that road, it gives us a lot more clarifying ability to define safety measures and containment issues with berm ponds and things like that to make sure that they're installed safely. Section 506.1.1 deals with fireworks. For many years now, Cambria has adopted a no safe and sane or otherwise fireworks policy, and we have enforced it vigilantly. And this is just a continuation of that. And then later on in that same section, 506.9, it gives the fire department official, being myself, the authority to take, seize, and turn those over to law enforcement, which happens every single year during July 4th, even though there's signs all over the place that say it's not allowed in the community. So, next slide, please. In conjunction with the fire code, we are also proposing the adoption of 2 additional codes, one which is already being utilized, and that's the International Wildland Code. This is actually developed to assist in the construction mechanisms for building within the community. And the only 2 things that we're proposing modification to here are things that we already have in place now, and it's a continuation of those. And that's mandating a higher class of protective roof coverings for both Class 2 and Class 3 construction. In the WUI code, the Wildland Urban Interface Code, this document's a lot smaller, by the way. It allows for a lower class of construction rating on those kind of roofs. And because of our high and very high classification from CAL FIRE, we have changed all of that to the most stringent application of that. And that's what's being applied currently. The other one, which is a new document for us, this is the International Property Maintenance Code. And this is something that a number of jurisdictions within the county have already adopted this year. And specifically why this is relevant is that there has been numerous discussion over the years about our existing fire hazard fuel reduction program, which is used to enforce abatement and clearance issues on unimproved properties. It's the Health and Safety Code 14875 that we get our authority to do that from is limiting to unimproved properties. The International Property Maintenance Code, specifically section 302.4, allows us to apply the same restrictions on improved properties, which is the same LE 100 program, law enforcement program that CAL FIRE uses quite effectively. So when we're going out and enforcing those issues on unimproved properties, you've probably seen the CAL FIRE apparatus driving around, and that's when we were doing an aggressive co-campaign with them, meeting with property owners and going on their property with their permission and identifying areas that they needed to clean up for their own fire safety and protection. This document will actually give us and our agency the ability to do that as well. And I think that is it on the presentation. I've gone over it very quickly because I think if I was to read this all, everybody would be asleep already. But I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. Again, this is something we have to do every 3 years, specifically for the local amendments. Until we, in fact, get the local amendments authorized, we automatically fall back to the restrictions that are listed within the 2016 Fire Code. So for us to continue in the same capacity that we have for the last 3 years, we need to be able to do the local amendments, which are based then on the findings that you have in Exhibit A. And lastly, we did this as a joint venture with Tim Carmel's office, our staff, and administration. And I'll tell you what, this would not have come to fruition without the help of David Hirsch with his office. He did a fantastic help and did quite a bit of work on this, and I would just like to express my gratitude for what he offered. And I'm over to you for any questions or clarification.
Vice President Sanders.
I have one question that bears directly on your presentation, and then a kind of a tangential question. There's nothing in the fire code that we're going to adopt that would allow the district to go onto private property without the property owner's permission to remove a potential fire hazard.
That is correct.
Okay, so we would have to adopt a separate...
That is a county code enforcement issue.
Okay.
Yes.
Secondly, we have a lot of streets in town that are very narrow. And I think you would agree that in some cases, if there's parking on both sides of the street and even on one side of the street, fire equipment, emergency equipment can't get through. I know that that issue is not addressed in the code that you're proposing that we adopt. But at some point in the future, I think it would be wise for you and the board to have a discussion about what, if anything, can be done about that.
Just as a minor point of clarification, specifically section 503.4, and it is entirely possible I wasn't very clear on this. When we talk about obstruction and control of fire apparatus access roads, that's all public right-of-ways. It is. So what typically happens when we're just driving around doing inspections or anything else, if we come across an issue, we'll step out and contact the owner of that vehicle and ask them to move it. We have universal compliance with that. It's very rare that anybody has any kind of an issue because they understand the necessity for it. If it became an issue, it's simply turned over to CHP. It's a very easy response. We don't want to be militant. That's not the intent of this. It is strictly to maintain access to the community.
Sure. My concern rests mainly with those who simply are oblivious to the problem. So somebody has a party on a Friday night, they invite a bunch of guests over, the guests are parking on the street, they're parking on both sides of the street, and there's very minimal width between the parked cars on either side of the street, not enough for emergency apparatus to get through. I see it happen regularly. That's the kind of situation I'm concerned about. Maybe it ultimately involves asking the county to post no parking on one side of the street or some other mechanism that might address the problem.
We have you bring up a fantastic issue, something that one that we're very aware of. There are a few areas where we have already broached that topic with the county, and we have requested that no parking is allowed in certain areas. We'll red stripe certain sides of the street to limit access that way. That definitely can be expanded within the community for the purpose of safety. I think that's a good idea, and we can actually go down that road.
I have one kind of unrelated question, if I might ask it. During the storm, there was I guess you would characterize it as a minor landslide behind the healthcare district facilities, and
there was.
It's caused them to have to evacuate their facility. If we were requested by the healthcare district to cooperate with them to the extent that their personnel temporarily move into our firehouse, is there any way we can accommodate that?
Absolutely. In fact, we did pursue that. Administrator Sayers contacted me that morning directly after it happened, and for a dual purpose. First of all, to meet with the geotechnical engineer on site to help assess that situation, which then in turn came up with a conclusion where they had to move out, at least temporarily. Second was, can we house their personnel? And we absolutely can. There are some logistical issues because our training room that is also used as a community meeting room, CERT meets there, the Fire Safe Focus Group meets there. There are a number of other agencies that use that room on a regular weekly basis. So we would have to figure out either to temporarily relook at these meetings or facilitate the process of moving bedding in and out on a daily basis to make that happen. It wouldn't be ideal, but absolutely would be open to them, and it was made clear that's the case. And as a further point of clarification, when they had an issue previously with something else, we did accommodate that request and were able to do all of the things we just said for a period of about 3 or 4 weeks. So it's entirely possible, yes.
Director Farmer.
Thank you. Yes, Chief, just to follow up on something that I think is kind of an ongoing dilemma for you folks, and especially for ambulances that are responding to a healthcare emergency, health emergencies, and that's the visibility of address, of the numbers of addresses. I do a lot of walking in the community, and I'm amazed. I'll go out and it's daytime, and I have trouble seeing where a number is. you know, it's either too small or it's in an obscure spot or it blends in with the color of the building. And I'm wondering, well, if it's happening at night, and, you know, we're talking about where 30 seconds or a minute could be, you know, very important with regard to a health issue, a health emergency. And yet, like I say, if I can't find a number immediately during the day just walking by, I'm wondering what a dilemma it is for, like I said, for you folks in fire and for folks in ambulance. And maybe somehow the community needs to be reminded of this once again.
I think it's an excellent idea, and it is an existing problem. We've done everything we can to date to address that. And short of adopting this and making it apply retroactively in all of its capacity, there's not a way for me to go to a residential owner and tell them they have to change something like that. Now, what we do is that on a regular basis, when we come across those incidents, I will specifically take the time to talk to, or have the crews talk to one of the occupants there once the emergency is abated and say, look, we didn't have an issue now, or we did have a 30-second delay because we couldn't find your home. It wasn't addressed appropriately, you don't have the right size numbers, they're not color contrasting, and we take advantage of that, and the vast majority of the time when we see it, people comply. We try to be proactive about it, and when we do see it, even in driving around and doing inspections, we will get out and mention it to them. It is something that we'd be more than willing to pursue with maybe some kind of advertising campaign through the Cambrian. I know Kathy's waving her hand, she's always happy to help with that, and any kind of public reminder for health and safety is a great idea. And from an internal perspective, something that we have done is the new map books that we have, they're not digitized at this point. It's one of the additional things we're looking at in regards to enhanced dispatch and radio work and being able to get accurate map readings and everything like that. But the maps we have right now were developed with both GIS and GPS layering. So not only do I have in all the apparatus pictures of what are the streets, it's actually a satellite image with a architectural overlay with all of the houses on them with the numbers on the houses. So usually that addresses that issue. So we could be going to that residence, know where it is, even without the numbers relevant, but we still do come across mistakes or problems occasionally.
Related to that, because I had a question about the addressing also. One thing is we have one fire truck, and we need, if there were a big emergency, we would have agencies coming in from outside. Do they have access to those maps, or is that just basically?
That is a local map. However, most of the immediate apparatus that are coming in to service on a mutual aid or automatic aid basis to this community, the first in apparatus there are CAL FIRE apparatus from surrounding stations, and then Morro Bay. And all of those have that enhanced CAD computer on their engines right now. And it is something that we actually developed and put into our budget that was approved for this year to include with the new fire engine. So when it comes, it's one of the additional things we're going to be plugging into that. There's an annual fee to maintain that. But when we get the call out for 1234 Main Street, hopefully nobody lives at 1234. When we get the call out for that, not only does that information come across that computer interface, it brings up a map with a little arrow that says drive here.
Okay, so not just our agency has access to those, because that's one of the concerns when you get a big situation and you get somebody that comes in from outside, doesn't really know the community.
And what helps facilitate that is all of those players that I'm talking about right now, we are all dispatched by the same center in San Luis. It's the CAL FIRE Dispatch Center.
Okay, and on when you see the addresses that aren't visible, how does that, does this, the changes to the code, does that give you the authority then to, and only you, or everybody that's in the fire department to knock on the door and say, hey, you're not?
I encourage all of the staff to be proactive about that, and ultimately I am empowering them to do that. So anybody that's coming through for a plan review for new or existing construction, one of the directives they're going to have in my fire review letter is you are going to comply with these fire codes, and one of them is going to be new addressing. And so even if you're going to be modifying a room within your home and you have to go through that process, that's how I'm going to be able to capture some of those upgrades. New construction is obvious, it's going to be easy to apply that way, but in the scenario you're talking about, if for instance, an engine went out to a locale right now, and that person was not compliant, it would be turned over to me, and then I would have that conversation with that property owner, and we would just take it from there.
So we could maybe even make a door hanger, nice little polite thing that says, hey, here's the ordinance that you need to change your lettering, or,
And sometimes when people are not present, we actually have tags on the engine that will say, we noticed a problem here, we got called here for something, we noticed this, please call me at the fire station at this number, and we need to talk and leave it with them now. That
Okay.
happens now.
okay. And the other question I had is, we have a lot of dirt roads in town, and the change with the 40,000 pounds, I would assume if those streets ever get to a point where they get paved, it's going to change the,
They would have to comply with that, but that's all, like I said earlier, this emulates what the county is doing. So even though
Okay.
it is within our district, it still, as an unapproved community, falls within the confines of the county. So county roads who would be doing that project would have to adhere to the same guidelines.
and it would apply to new roads, or if there's existing roads that this standard, that don't meet this standard, is the county going to have to?
No, it doesn't retroactively change things for existing roads unless they propose to change the road
Like
by
paving it.
resurfacing and, so
Okay.
that's how we're going to be able to capture those changes. Exactly.
Okay, so the ones that are currently already built, which is pretty much all the roads that are ever going to be built here, they just need to be, if they're paved, if they're not paved, but, I mean, I can't imagine.
But it's not
that would
limited to
be
roads,
changing.
it's also driveways. So any new, so it gives us the ability to have a much safer approach to the residents or occupancy.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you very much for that clarification. Are there any other questions? Then we'll take comment from the public and have further discussion about approving this. Are there any public comments? I've got one from Mike Lyons.
Thank you, Chief. That was a very enlightening and thoroughly terrorizing report. And I'm mindful of Director Sanders several times has brought up the fact that this community, the real scare is not the lack of water, but fire. And getting back to the idea of fireworks, would it be possible, or maybe it's already done, to set up some sort of a neighborhood watch so that people here in town who might see something a little suspicious, think that maybe somebody's stupid enough to light fireworks where in this tinderbox that we live in, might call a certain number very quickly. Maybe this number could be publicized so that the awareness level, especially around fireworks time, is heightened, and that people would know where they can call to get some immediate emergency service.
Do you want to address that question, Chief?
The number exists, it is 911, and it happens every year. So it would be nice to be able to say, just call the fire department and make it a little bit less intrusive that way. But quite honestly, during the July 4th week time, we're not in the station very much at all because there's so much patrolling and stuff going on. We get half a dozen, 20-plus phone calls. It fluctuates every year depending on, honestly, whether or not it's a weekend and we have more of an influx. But we get at least that number of calls over those every day saying, I've noticed my neighbor, he's setting off fireworks in his backyard or whatever. So calling 911 saying it's not an emergency, we're having some fireworks in our area, or call 911, it is an emergency, they've lit their tree on fire. I mean, we've had both, so that's the best way to get a hold of it.
Thank you very much, Chief. I don't have any further public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Is there any further discussion on this? I would entertain a motion then.
I would move that the board adopt Resolution 06-2017 and introduce Ordinance 012017 by title only and waive full reading, and that the board schedule a public hearing for the February 23rd, 2017 regular board meeting to consider adoption of said Ordinance 01-2017, and then further to direct the staff to submit the resolution, the ordinance, and all appropriate and required documentation to the County of Los Angeles, the San Luis Obispo, as required by California Health and Safety Code, Section 13869.7.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Carmel.
Michael, you get to read the title of the ordinance now.
All right.
Next page.
Page 127.
Okay, that ordinance 01-2017, amending Chapter 6.04 of the Cambria Community Services District Municipal Code and adopting and amending the 2016 edition of the California Fire Code, the 2015 edition of the International Wildland Urban Interface Code, the 2013 National Fire Protection Association Standard 1144, and the 2015 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code.
I'll second that.
Hike.
Don't ask me what I just said.
All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. Thank you very much, Chief Hollingsworth.
Madam President, before the chief goes, I just want to say, consistent with the excellent job he did today, I think he's doing a fantastic job all the way around.
Indeed.
Great,
Indeed.
great choice we made.
I'll second that.
Oh, let's go on to the discussion and consideration of the 2017 board goals.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, item 7B is discussion and consideration of the proposed 2017 board goals. And the recommendation is that the Board of Directors identify and discuss the board goals for 2017.
Okay, well, hopefully each of you has read this item. I did put this together with the intention of setting our goals, not necessarily for this calendar year, but going forward to move us back toward a policy board, because operations are responsibility of staff, and this board is responsible for setting policies, setting the roadmap for where we go forward. And each of the goals that we've had the last 2 years regarding the coastal development permit for the sustainable water facility, the assessing and figuring out how much it's going to cost to do the wastewater plant, and the park in the East Ranch all fit within the goals that are proposed for this year, which are on the second page of this report. Let me tell you what I'm thinking vision-wise of how we're going to be approaching this. We're going to, I think we need to be putting ourselves back in the position of developing the roadmap of where this district is going to go and how we set our priorities. So I think it's incumbent upon us to review the mission statement, and if we don't have a vision statement, we need to probably get one, and that should probably be done in conjunction with community discussions. I want to make sure that we do the job that the board does, which is oversee the operations and providing the adequate levels of service, making sure that we're spending within the revenue, and defining what we mean by efficient and adequate. And there's 2 other board goals, and I looked at all the board goals from 2008 forward. The 2008 is like this thick. There was probably 20 goals on that list. I was trying to keep it closer to how Director Berenger had cut it down to many fewer goals than we had in the past. So I want to make sure that we support the development of future resiliency and sustainability in operations and in personnel and in infrastructure. So that means maintaining things that we need to maintain. We spend a lot of money on our infrastructure. We need to make sure it's staying maintained, and we don't do the maintenance. but we do the oversight to make sure the maintenance is getting done and funded. And number 4, which these are not in order of priority necessarily, is to build on the communication and participation opportunities with the community and with outside agencies. So things like having a meeting with the Regional Water Quality Control Board and trying to build those relationships, but then also hopefully providing for opportunities for the public to participate in a lot of the things that, that the district does in terms of preparing to make the decisions the board has to make related to our resources. And this is a shift from the way that we had done things. The goals were very operationally based, and that was important during the emergency, and I'd like to just kind of bring it back to a bigger picture so that we can hopefully address these things and give the director a chance to, give the general manager a chance to really implement the things that we would like to see happen. I would like to hear what you have to think about this, because this is not an I, this is a we, and I think it's important that we have that discussion. Vice President Sanders.
Thank you. Madam President, let me begin by saying I don't have any issue with the proposed goals. I do want to express one concern. To use a really trite phrase, on a more granular level, I think the staff, particularly the general manager, needs to know what the priorities are in terms of how they spend their time. They get torn 6 ways from Sunday on a daily basis, facing a number of issues, and so they need to know from us what's important to us. And what's important to us ought to reflect what is important to the community. So how we translate these goals to the day in and day out activities of the staff is a void, I think, that we're going to have to fill in.
I hear that concern, and part of these goals is they have to work in conjunction with the vision that I have for doing committees. And because I think that you're right, we have not given enough direction in terms of what the priorities need to be, both budgetary and time-wise. I completely agree with that. And my idea was that the initial committees, part of what they would be doing is getting those priorities, getting an assessment of what's going on in each department, and assessing what priorities the board needs to be considering. I don't think at this point we have the information pulled together to be able to set priorities even, really, is kind of what I was thinking. But I appreciate that input, because it is something that's critical. So it kind of goes with the committees, which is item 7C. Director Farmer?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I haven't said that yet today. I just want to mention a couple of things you were just talking about. Obviously, these goals need to serve the needs of the district, direction for the staff and general manager, but also obviously the community. That's who we're here to serve. And with regard to determining let's say the value of the goals that we have and how we move forward, perhaps this would be an opportunity. This isn't all that I want to say, but this might be an opportunity for a standing committee to get the community involved in how we as a district move forward. So, because I know many people have said there isn't enough public involvement, this would be a good time to do that. But I also want to mention, highlighted, some of the words that you have in quotes or other words here that are like efficient and adequate and resiliency and sustainability. So I took the time to look these up in the dictionary. Just because if...
Which edition? I need to know which one. Did you forget I'm an English teacher?
I think it was the year I was born. The year I was born, it was given to me as a gift, so it's something like that. It's old English, right. Efficient. And I hope you don't mind, since these are here. So acting or producing effectively with a minimum of waste, expense, or unnecessary effort. So we would probably have to ask ourselves, as a district, as a board, have we acted as efficiently as possible in recent years in just about every aspect of how we function, especially with regard to waste and, let's say, finances, that type of thing. And then also adequate, able to satisfy a requirement, suitable, barely satisfactory or sufficient. And I'm thinking, I live in Cambria. It's one of the most beautiful places on God's green earth. We need something more than barely satisfactory or sufficient in whatever way we function as a district and a board. Resiliency, the ability to recover quickly. Right now, any kind of financial problems that we have, like, let's say, a major complication at the wastewater facility, can we recover from that? Do we have the finances to do that? Probably not. Sustainability is to sustain, to keep in existence, to maintain, prolong. I like this part. To keep from failing or sinking. And, you know, one would say, well, a lot of people are very concerned about what has been happening with the district board decisions and that type of thing in recent years. But also, sustainability is to support or vitalize and invigorate. And it would be really nice if somehow we can move in that direction. Whatever it is that we do it with a sense of vigor, with a sense of not so much urgency, but just, how could we say it, commitment to doing a better job in whatever that we do. And that's how I feel about those words and definitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. I would like to clarify, especially with relation to efficient and adequate. I was mostly relating to how we use those in the context of either water supply or the other services that we provide. And I appreciate those definitions because that is pretty much on target with what not the first definition of sustainable. And of course, adequate isn't enough for this community, but it's a good place to at least set a bar so that we're at least meeting that at the very least, because adequate water supply can mean a lot of things depending on how much you consider to be adequate. Some people have a different definition of what that is.
I wasn't critiquing, you know.
No, I appreciate that. It's
Thank you.
Director Thompson?
Yes, thank you. I was trying to reflect back to when I was engaged in the type of work that required goal setting and that sort of thing. And I'm fine with what we have here because I think they do cover all aspects of the district's function, and I think that it is a very broad, overarching commentary in terms of how the board should proceed. I think as important as this then would be a process whereby we set forth objectives for attaining these goals, and that's where I think the rubber meets the road in terms of the direction we see the district going. But as far as the document that you've provided here, I'm fine with it, and I would support it.
And item 7C should support those forming objectives when we talk about the committees and the way I picture them working interactively with the. Yes, Director Barringer.
Madam President, yes, I agree with that approach. I agree with Mr. Farmer's thought of having a community involvement, but I don't think a standing committee would be it. I think it would be this first item where you review the mission statement and vision for district. Perhaps we have some kind of a community meeting where we vet those, but not every month. It's not an every month standing committee, but something to provide input to that first thing. That would be
maybe like a town hall meeting or something?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. For that first item. The other ones are pretty self-explanatory. If we want to move on to 7C, I don't think we need a motion.
I think that we do need a motion, yes.
I move that we move on to 7C. Sure you can. We can do anything we want.
I have a public comment before we take action on this item. Thank you, Ms. Dickinson.
Okay, there you
Ms.
go.
Dickinson.
Okay.
Tina Dickinson, thank you. I think one of the most important things as I look at the board and previous boards and where we are right now is the oversight of staff, specifically the general manager. I think that the general manager has been given way too much authority. And I just feel as a board, it is your responsibility, because how do you accomplish all of these other things that you're talking about if you don't have the oversight of the people that you really are supposed to be directing? So that's to me, huge. Of course, infrastructure, you mentioned that. I think we all are aware of that really needs to be looked at big time and not have these just, we have so many issues in front of us that to dream, we can't dream. We have to live with the reality of what exists right now in front of us, as you well know. Communication with the public, absolutely. Director Farmer, you're looking at the dictionary for to determine what the various efficiency, adequacy, resiliency. I think that actually was very helpful. We do know what those words mean, but to have them identified as Webster's or New Oxford or whatever dictionary it was, it doesn't matter. I mean, I think that was very helpful. I'm wondering about what Director Sanders or Vice President Sanders said with regard to the concern on a granular level with GM staff. They need to know what the priorities are, and they're torn 6 ways. Well, I've noticed that a number of people on staff who've been there for a while now have assistants to help them with the workload. I still don't think they're up to a full, they don't work 5 days a week. Somehow they're still not at 5 days a week. It seems to me that if you really want to achieve the objectives to get the work done, you have to be there to get the work done. And so I also would, another item, maybe this came up in here, our capital assets. This is sort of off of this, but can we please look at what the capital assets are? And is there a list of our capital assets somewhere? I mean, I'd like to know what we own and have a list of every capital asset that we own. Thank you very much.
Madam President, for the umpteenth time, can we have the general manager clarify how many hours a week our employees work?
Well, I know, I'll just tell a story real quick. I like Director Farmer's stories. They're kind of cool. Your stories, I like your stories. So Bob woke up at 10:30 last night and worked till 1:30 in the morning to be able to present this presentation this morning on unaccounted for water. The salary staff are essentially myself, Chief Hollingsworth, Bob, Carlos, and Monique and Patrick. Literally on call by our phones, ready to answer 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Of course, there's some flexibility with that. The hourly staff, because of the storms and stuff, there's times where they literally work 24 hours a day. So I don't think there's an issue where staff isn't working above and beyond what's required of them. That includes the management team and the hourly folks. So I think we've been able to get as much done as we've been able to get done because of that dedication. What I will say about the senior management staff, and I keep in touch with them all the time, is that they're literally on 24 hours a day. When they may not be in the office 24 hours a day, but that doesn't reflect the amount of work and dedication that each and every one of them have. I called Patrick in Las Vegas last weekend on an issue, and he answered the phone. So, it's the Bobs and the Moniques and myself and Chief and Patrick and Carlos. I don't know of anybody that gets up at, God bless Bob, I love him, 10:30 at night and works till 1:30 in the morning so he could come to a board meeting prepared. So, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion on
In that,
7B.
in that event,
Before the motion, I just want to comment
Yes,
again
please.
on the question of the objectives and so forth. And I think that, I'm a bit flabbergasted by some of those comments, given what staff has just gone through in dealing with the storm crisis that we've had. No, they don't work 4 days a week. Sometimes they work 7 days a week. And they happen to be on a 980 schedule, so sometimes they maybe work, their regular schedule is working 9 days out of 10, but all staff certainly work their 40 hours plus. And I think the staff, the general manager and the staff, have done an exemplary job of carrying out this board's objectives and policies over the last 6 years that I've been on this board.
Thank you.
With the President's pleasure, I will move that we adopt the goals as specified in 7B with the proviso that there's an opportunity to have a town meeting of some type early, certainly before the end of the first quarter, to address the mission statement and vision for the district.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's have a roll call, please.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. Okay, 7C.
Thank you, Madam President and Board. Item 7C is discussion and consideration of ad hoc committees and director liaison assignments, and I appreciate President Rice allowing me to give some input from the standpoint of maybe expanding some of these liaisons and how important some of these groups are in town to the CCSD and to the community. With that, I'll turn it back over to the board for conversation and dialogue.
Okay, so I heard both Director Thompson and Vice President Sanders speak to objectives and having priorities set. And the way that I think that a good way to get this accomplished is to kind of divide up the work, because we do a lot more than just water. So to divide up the work in a way that gives us a chance to look at what are the assets, where are the deficiencies, what do the departments need that needs to be done or that's been put on hold but needs to get reactivated. And there's a lot of things going on in each of the departments that are priorities. For example, if we have an ad hoc committee that would look at the parks and recreation open space, that committee would look at what's our current situation here. What are the funding mechanisms? What do we have that's already in process? Like, for example, the park on the East Ranch, moving the dog park. And then it'll give the rest of the board a report that will give us a sense of where we are, and in order to meet the goals, be able to set those objectives and be able to set those priorities in conjunction with budgeting for the next fiscal year. I also see the committees, which will be ad hoc and just very short time, because I'd like to have these reports back by May. So this isn't an in-depth audit on each of the departments. It's more of an overview of where we are, to get a sense of where we are. Do we have enough staffing? Do we not have enough staffing? And what things do we need to be doing? And in conjunction with that, to come back with a recommendation to the board regarding, should we make this a standing committee as is, or in a different way? So, for example, the first one is the Finance Ad Hoc Committee. And one of the things that the Finance Ad Hoc Committee will be doing is looking at the budget for next year and reviewing the budget, this year's budget, for the budget review for February, and take a look at what are the current fiscal policies that are in place. What kinds of things do we need to be doing? Do we need to be updating the reserve policy, or is that one good? Are there other financial policies that are either missing or need to be updated based on our new situation in the district? The fire department, would be looking at the fact that we are in process of buying the fire truck, but are we staffed? How can we staff these additional firefighters that are currently being funded by a SAFER grant, but may need to be, if we want to keep them on, how are we going to pay for that going forward? So these are the kinds of things that each of the committees, I imagine each of the committees will be looking at. This is kind of, I wrote these two reports together, and they are separate items in the agenda, but they're designed to work together, because you can't get to the goals if you don't have a sense of what it is that we're currently doing in each of these areas. They would be ad hoc because they would just come back and then recommend whether they think there needs to be a standing committee. Obviously, Parks already has the Parks and Recreation and Open Space Commission. Is their mandate the right mandate for the district and what the district wants to do going forward? I think it would be way too much for the entire board to look at each one of these all together. So that's kind of why I'm picturing having it be divided up, and then maybe at the beginning of the next fiscal year, we can know whether or not we want to have an infrastructure standing committee or utilities standing committee, or like a separate one for water and separate one for wastewater, because we'll have a better sense of where we are. I think it's one of the things that I kind of sometimes feel out of sorts, because I don't know what are our resources, what services are we providing. A lot of people don't know all of the great services the fire department provides, like with helping with changing batteries and smoke detectors. And we need to know these things so that we can make sure that what we're doing is putting money in the right places and not neglecting things because we are being pulled in 6 directions. So that's what I'm looking at for the first part of the year. And my hope is that it won't be a lot of extra work for staff, because it will be in conjunction with developing the budget for 17-18. So they should be taking kind of inventory of what they have and what they need, what they're going to want to approach for the next year budget-wise. So hopefully it will dovetail with that. There is one standing committee that I would recommend, and you probably noticed that except for the Finance Ad Hoc Committee, I did not put people onto these committees, because I would like to make sure that if you want to be on a committee, that you are, and that we do that as a public discussion. So the one standing committee that I would recommend that I think needs to be a standing committee right now so that it's a go-to is the water supply, which last year was called the Sustainable Water Facility Permitting and EIR Ad Hoc Committee. And the tasks specifically for the water supply would be to support the staff's work on the water supply permitting for the Sustainable Water Facility and the regular coastal development permit, to review the urban water management plan and progress on our water efficiency program goals. We passed a water efficiency program in 2013. It would be nice to see how we're doing on that, especially in light of the drought and all the significant savings this town has done when it comes to water. And this committee would also be reporting to the board and suggest needed policy reviews for consistency with our urban water management plan, with our efficiency program, with our EIR, so that we kind of, and all of those things kind of go together and are kind of have been treated separately in prior years because of the emergency with the Sustainable Water Facility. Let me just quickly go over the liaison appointments, and then we can go back and we can talk about who would like to do what, unless there's a question. Okay. So the liaisons, this is partly to meet goal 4, because I think it's important to build relationships and to know what other folks are doing. When you don't know that the school is going to be doing, the schools are going to be doing some project or other that's going to affect us, or we're doubling, we're overlapping with something that the healthcare district is doing. Maybe there's efficiencies we can gain. So paying attention to what other agencies are doing and what local groups are doing, I think, is important. And if anything was left off of this list, please, let's add it. I think this is especially because there isn't a lot of staff time involved in liaison appointments. It's primarily board commitments of time. we could make this list as long as we think is necessary. So what I have on the list right now, and the names that are on these are just from conversations I've had, and they are not in stone. North Coast Advisory Council, the school district, the healthcare district, the forest committee, the tourism board, the fire safe focus group, and Friends of Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. And I would actually add on to that list the San Simeon CSD, because they're so close by. And we have some of the same problems that having at least knowing how they're addressing their problems might not be a bad thing. I turn it over to whoever would like to.
Go ahead. I thought it was really, really good. A nice introduction, and I appreciate that. And I'm saddened actually that Mr. Gruber is so happy about putting these liaisons together, and your objective too. I think one thing that we have to avoid overall is looking like we are in charge of dirt roads or the fire or the forest. And even the North Coast Advisory Council, when I attend, when it comes to land use issues, I'm not involved. I'm there because I think the NCAC wants to hear, you know, what's new. It's almost like the sheriff coming in and telling us we have no authority over what the sheriff does, but he's just kind of informational, and that's why I would agree to continue to be on the North Coast Advisory Council. And also, when you're picking out these standing committees, you know, this Pros Commission has a monthly meeting. It used to be bi-monthly, but they have a monthly meeting, and they aren't coming to report individually as I think they should. So that's a standing committee that already exists, and they should be involved in the Veterans Memorial Building. But and maybe a director should be there to review what they're doing and say, hey, what is you, because they aren't giving us a request for a budget. The finance people and the general manager give them a budget. So I think other than 2 years ago when we earmarked $140,000 from Prop A, we just kind of gave it to them and said, run with it. But I think that to have them report back to us is important. But I'm in the school district, you know, for someone to be a liaison there, fine, to listen to see what's going on, and maybe if there's, like you said, there's a project that they're doing that might affect us, that might be interesting, but we don't have any business. I just don't want people thinking that we are in the business of these other districts. So that's just my overall point. Otherwise, I think it's quite excellent. And like, yes, to find out what the San Simeon CSD is doing, to listen, but not to necessarily provide input.
No, and this wouldn't authorize any particular board member to commit the district to anything because none of us have that authority. But I would like to say that school district serves a very similar, if not identical, constituency. The healthcare district board has a larger constituency area-wise, but we serve a lot of the same constituents. There's no reason why we shouldn't be available.
Why we shouldn't listen, I agree. But to act as a formal liaison to something, unless it becomes a standing committee, I'm not, and it's just general. I'm just saying general stuff. So,
And I'm not saying we should be a voting member of any of these bodies.
I agree.
That's not at all what I'm talking about.
I
This
agree.
this is about communication, not decision-making.
Right.
I just,
Director Farmer.
oh, excuse me. I just want to say, it just seems like it's a matter of semantics. We're there to listen, to observe, and find out what it is that is of interest to these various, you know, councils or whatever is taking place, and then maybe report back on something that we might need to know as a result of what we've, like I said, heard and observed.
Thank you. Director Thompson?
Yeah, I'm certainly fine with these, and I concur with your interpretation of the liaison role and in attending. And I think, for instance, like the Fire Safe Focus Group, I think it's important that we have that involvement because of the various projects they're involved with that also affect the district. Just as in terms of the committees, I've been involved with the fire department, and I certainly appreciate participating on that ad hoc committee. And then as far as pros goes, I was one of the original commissioners, and I've always maintained an interest in their activities, and so that would be another one I would be interested in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Vice President Sanders.
I have a potential problem with only one of the recommendations. I take it your proposal is to make the so-called Water Supply Committee a standing committee?
That was the idea on that one. It was primarily because we have a lot of ongoing issues with that, but maybe it's more properly ad hoc. I'd
Well,
like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, here's my concern. I'm going to seek the district council's advice on this. If we have a standing committee, then that involves having a committee meeting that would be much like a board meeting. Is that correct?
It has to be fully Brown Act compliant, so agendas, regular meeting days.
Now, let me begin by saying I don't have any problem with that, except with regard to the permitting for the sustainable water facility and for the EIR. We have now the threat of lawsuits. We have an existing lawsuit. I don't know if a judgment was ever entered and if the clock was ticking on an appeal.
For Land Watch?
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that's still out there is the memorandum of costs, the motion to tax costs.
Okay. Did the appeal period run?
Yeah.
The 60 days?
Yeah.
It did. Okay.
Except for the motion to tax costs. That's
Okay, but we certainly have the threat of lawsuits. And I've got this vision of a standing committee convening and then going into closed session because of the threat of lawsuits. And I know the people that voted for me want a permanent solution to the water problem here, and that revolves around the sustainable water facility. And so I'm not sure that creating a standing committee for purposes of dealing with the environmental impact report would be very efficient.
May I weigh in on that,
Director
Madam
Barrier.
President? Yeah, I saw the same thing. On the other hand, I see that, especially I know the commitment, the time commitment that it takes to get that EIR moving forward. I mean, it's several days a week, and if it became a Brown Act compliant duty, it would slow the process down quite a bit. I might suggest something instead, is that once, and I feel it's going to be imminent meaning 2 or 3 months or so, when we have a work product that we want to present, to have that be a special meeting perhaps, where we address this, and in the interim, the ad hoc people that are working on that, and I believe it's Director Sanders, and I don't know what it's going to be in the future. I don't know, who else was working with you on the? Gail. And Gail. Well, so to have 2 people working on that, it might be the president, I don't know. And I think, so, yeah, I agree with him. If we want to set up some ad hocs and then decide in a few months, what, like you said, which ones were going to be permanent, let's do that. And I think that by having a special meeting and getting a lot of daylight on an EIR that is nearing completion makes sense. Also, if you take the very last one, where you say either I and a director designated by me will be primary liaison to regulatory and local agencies, I think that is one of the most important of all of the liaisons. So that said, and I agree with Mr. Thompson, I think Bryson Sanders is great for the finance ad hoc. It's the executive committee. That's what it should be. I would be willing to work on the infrastructure ad hoc if you think that would be right. And if Director Thompson wants to be on the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space sometime, if I'm continuing to be the liaison, I'd also join him on that. And I happen to be the chairman of the Cambria Tourism Board, so I could just bring reports back from time to time. So I'd be glad to do that. Other than that, I'm at your pleasure.
Okay, I'd like to, let me respond. I clearly was thinking more clearly when I wrote the report than when I read the report, because it says one additional ad hoc committee should be created specifically to support the water supply issues. So that was my current, in this moment, error, and not the staffing, the report that I wrote. So you are, and I do concur. I think it's important for the community to know that we're not trying to do something shady and behind closed doors, but this was not, because eventually, hopefully soon, the EIR will be done, and that's kind of the definition of an ad hoc committee, is that it has a specific charge and goes forward with that. So I don't have any problem with that. What I need is, I've got Thompson requested be on the fire department ad hoc, and Director Behringer infrastructure, so I need one more on each one of those. Unless I have objections from Director Farmer or Director Sanders, Thompson and Behringer could be the ad hoc committee related to Parks, Recreation, Open Space. Behringer, yeah. Director Farmer.
Well, since we're supposed to put our names out there for consideration, I guess, I'd like to join Director Behringer with regard to the infrastructure ad hoc committee. You know, the importance of water delivery and the needs of the wastewater department are probably two of the most critical issues in this community right now. And we're going to have our work cut out for us. And I definitely would like to be involved in that. And I would also like to be the liaison for the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve, having been involved with Friends of the Ranch Land. Not that I should schmooze myself, but I was very active in the 8 years that Friends of the Ranch Land was active to protect that area from being developed. And I'm so grateful that we have that beautiful 400 acres on the west side as open space for both people that live here and people that recreate here and visit here to enjoy. So I'd like to be involved there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Looks like where I need somebody is fire department ad hoc. And unless, would you like to do?
I'd be willing to serve on that, sure.
I think you would be an excellent
Thank you.
choice for that. And I've got a lot of ums in my head. Coast Union School District, is there somebody in particular that would like to take that one? Because otherwise I can go to those meetings and report from them. Okay, Mr. Thompson. Director Thompson is going to be liaison, and their meetings might conflict with the chamber. I'm not on the chamber board. Okay, so they're the second Wednesday of the month. San Simeon. Mm-hmm. Now, is there any other local group or agency that I've left off that you want to make sure is we do have somebody that at least they have a point person to contact, because they can always contact me. Yeah, I was gonna take Gail's place if that's agreeable with Vice President Sanders. So that would be Rice and Sanders on that one. And what I'm going to do is in addition to the minutes, I want to make sure that we have these are visible to us as we go forward, so that, because I could never remember who was on what committee. I know what committees I'm on, but I think it'll be good for all of us to kind of keep that in mind. So here's what I've got. I've got Finance Ad Hoc Committee, President Rice and Vice President Sanders. Fire Department Ad Hoc Committee is Director Thompson and Vice President Sanders. Infrastructure Ad Hoc Committee, which would look at water, wastewater, and technology infrastructure like SCADA. Farmer and Behringer. Parks, Recreation, Open Space, Thompson and Behringer. Water Supply Ad Hoc, Sanders and Rice, and North Coast and then the liaisons. North Coast Advisory Council, Director Behringer, unless we get another report back from them.
I'll send my wife.
Coast Union School District will be President Rice, Cambria Healthcare District Vice President Sanders, Cambria Forest Committee Director Farmer, Cambria Tourism Board Director Behringer is going to report back from them for us. The Fire Safe Focus Group Director Thompson, and Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Director Farmer, San Simeon Director Thompson.
I move acceptance of
Wait,
this.
we've got a public comment still. What one? That's me.
That was
Thompson. Yes. Yes, you did, and it's right here. And I am so grateful to you for speaking up so that I don't forget about the public comment, because it is the critical part of this meeting. Otherwise, why would we do it in public? Without your comments, there's no point to that. All right. Tina Dickinson, followed by Mary Webb.
During the campaign, it seemed that just about everybody that was running felt very strongly about standing committees. Several Cambrians pay very close attention to community and CCSD-related issues. They are well informed by reading and studying CCSD agendas or agendas of other committees or organizations. I would recommend that standing committees be established to include members of the community for their expertise, experience, fresh ideas, and provide a level of transparency that is sorely needed. Ad hoc committees are intended for short-term single issues, but in the case of our CCSD, ad hoc committees last not weeks or months, but years, and in many instances with no reports to the public. The public deserves to be made aware and indeed interact in providing guidance in a fair and reasonable manner. I really did think that this election was going to make a difference with members of the community. I mean, you know, many of us come, whoever, to not just this meeting, but to other meetings, and we really do a lot of homework. And I think we do make some very reasonable and rational. We give those ideas to you. How they're taken, well, that depends on how you all feel about them. But I think there are many people here and other groups that meet that should be heard and should be listened to, and it be more inclusive. I see that the BRP committee certainly wasn't mentioned, standing committee. Nobody comes to give and whoever reports back to them, who's the liaison to the BRP committee from the board? Who is? They meet every 2 weeks.
I've gone to the last 4 sessions.
I'm asking, we're talking about establishing liaisons.
Why don't you finish your comment? I hear the question. Why don't you
I'm
finish
wondering
your comment?
why that particular committee, which is a standing committee, has not been mentioned as far as a liaison to that committee. It's a very important committee. I'm gathering, doing important work, and I've certainly attended many of their meetings. I just have a question on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to respond to those after we get the rest of the public comment. I've got those questions down. Thank you.
Thank you, President Rice. And I do appreciate the way that you structured the goals this time. I thought that was a really great idea. I don't understand, well, first of all, standing committees. I also remember the forums where you were elected saying that, you guys would start standing committees. I do understand trying to get some fact-finding going on before you can get to that point. But specifically on the water issue, what you're saying is that the water supply ad hoc committee is only pursuing this permit for this emergency water supply project. And where's the water committee? I mean, we need something more than this project. We can't grow on this project. So where's the water committee? And that one that needs to be looking at alternatives and a basket of, well, like you mentioned, conservation. Is water conservation under your water supply project ad hoc? Or is it part of water infrastructure? I mean, we need, and it should be a standing committee where we talk about storage. We need water storage. We can't afford to run this plant and grow. And what the environmental community is the most concerned about is growing out to full build-out based on this plant, because the plant won't be turned on. What will happen is both creeks will be dewatered, because that's the free, cheap water. And we'll just end up with a cement channel like the LA River, and the last resort will be turning on the machine. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Lyons.
I apologize for the multiple times that I've felt it necessary to speak, and I hate to be cynical. But I do live in the real world, and I have attended meetings of the Build-Out Reduction Committee, and of course I'm on the NCAC as an alternative, and I have been to the Health Committee meeting several times. We're living in the real world here. We don't even have enough people who come to the CSD meeting for community input. And I don't think that encouraging standing committees, which would attract the public theoretically, is going to increase, in the long run, public input. Because in my view, these small meetings can be used just in the same way as these larger meetings have been used, as an anvil for argument by very strongly motivated people. And if the same people show up, some of which are the same people who are supportive of the lawsuits that have done such great damage to our community in slowing down our projects, which have been approved by the voters here, I am concerned that we'll just have another venue for argument and not get anywhere with it. I'm sorry to say that the very same self-appointed watchdogs will show up, and your committees will get frustrated and we won't get anywhere. So I urge you strongly for the moment to keep the ad hoc committees.
Thank you. Let me respond to a couple of the comments that I heard. And I have, since I have joined this board, I have considered standing committees to be extremely important. When I was thinking through how we would be changing the ways that we were doing things to meet these more policy-based goals and let the general manager and the staff do the job that they need to do, I picture when I was on the Water Emergency Alternative Citizens Committee, which probably spent 9 months just getting a handle on where we are with the water supply, and that it would be probably a good idea. And the first thing that any standing committee would need to do is the same thing that I'm saying that these ad hoc committees would need to do. And I'm also using the second half of this fiscal year to do that, so that we set the standing committees to begin with the new fiscal year. And the questions that were asked regarding the standing committees: who gets appointed to them, how are they going to be run, what's their focus, who deals with the water supply, do we deal with the water supply in the same way that do we have a different committee for water supply than for the infrastructure? Those are all questions that would be answered with these ad hoc committees. And these top 4 committees, I think, will be addressing those very questions, so that when we get to a point when we're ready to have the standing committees. Now, ad hoc committee doesn't mean that it's in private or closed session. It just means that the Brown Act applies slightly differently. It would allow for people to come and be at these meetings, and if they would like to make comment at them, that's all part of what we can and will do. I don't think I don't think it would be very productive to do it before we have a sense of where we are with our resources and with our services that we currently provide. I will be extremely disappointed if we get to the end of the fiscal year and we haven't gotten recommendations from these ad hoc committees to change them to standing, because I don't think that anybody on this board thinks that it's a good idea to continue to have only one standing committee, which is PROS, which is advisory to us related to parks. That's such a small part of our budget. We don't have any other standing committees. I think there are a lot of experts in this town that would be great. No, I don't see the BRP on these committees. So I think there's something to be said for, we're not quite ready for standing committees at this point because we can't really utilize the expertise yet without knowing what we even have. So I appreciate, and I fully intend to do everything I can to make sure what we have is a situation where we can have input from the community. There's a lot of experts in this community. This is a community of a lot of folks that are professional, retired people. They are very smart and well-educated and would probably be good at giving input. And I'm not talking about the folks that are sitting in this room necessarily. There's a lot of folks that would get involved if it weren't a full board meeting, that don't like come to the full board meeting for all kinds of reasons, but might participate. It works fairly well in a place that's extremely dysfunctional, but their board gets a lot of good information because Los Osos CSD has standing committees for utilities, for fire, for budget, and the board gets a lot of very good information from those committees because there's people on those committees that have done that as volunteers for years, so they have an idea of what the situation is. So we're kind of, we're in the nascent stages of getting to that point, I hope. That's kind of what my vision is for doing this. Well, and I think they should coincide with the budget year. It doesn't really make sense to do things that are going to cost the district more money without being able to budget for it.
Great, excellent. Is there any additional public comment?
Director Farmer?
Excuse me. I'd like to respond to what Mr. Lyons said in his comments, and him being concerned that people on standing committees would create more obstacles and roadblocks than anything else. You know, so much of what's happening in our country right now, and even in this community, is fear-based as much as anything else. And as you've so thoughtfully pointed out here, we have very knowledgeable, thoughtful, deeply caring people that love this community who would be passionate with regard to serving on standing committees to help, how could we say it, contribute to the vision that you and the rest of us on this board are trying to create for the year ahead. I mean, this is a major opportunity, as we know, all across the country, when we can either, you know, be in fear of what's on the horizon, or you see so many people out there, you know, demonstrating for everything that needs attention, and getting people in this community involved in standing committees so they can participate would really just be a seed change in this town that I feel is long overdue. Thank you.
Vice President Sanders?
Yeah, Director Farmer, I'm glad you brought up the fear factor. I just think it's very irresponsible for people to come here, troop up to the microphone and engage in hyperbole, scare tactics, fear-mongering, and it's very disappointing. These are people with well-known agendas, and I don't think they serve a useful public purpose.
If we don't have any other public comment, I move that we adopt the agenda item number 7C as amended.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded.
Excuse me.
Director Farmer?
Thank you. Am I, what's the word I would want to use? Am I I don't want to say out of line, I wanted to phrase it in another way. Am I allowed to reply to what Director Sanders just said about members of this community and them speaking up at our meetings?
Does it further the item that we're discussing right now?
It's been moved and seconded. There's time for discussion.
Yeah.
Call for the question.
I would just say this much. The various members of this board probably come from a different reality, and I would be, for the most part, supportive of the people that get up and speak in public comment and call issues to our attention that perhaps we're not tending to. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Director Berenger.
Aye.
Vice President Sanders.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
President Rice.
Aye. Thank you for the very good discussion. I appreciate the commitments that you've all made to these committees. General Manager Gruber.
Thank you, Madam President. Item 7D is, I'm going to go ahead and present, list out what the item is, and council, or district council, Carmel will go ahead and present it. This is consideration of adoption of Resolution 05-2017, amending Section 8 of the CCSD bylaws to increase board members' compensation from $75 to $100 per authorized meeting or day of service, not to exceed $600 per month. Discussion and direction regarding any other changes to the bylaws. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Manager Gruber. Madam President, members of the board, this is the time at which you consider amendments to your bylaws. Bylaws Section 10.1 requires that every January the board consider any appropriate amendments to the bylaws, and now's the time. At the end of the last meeting, two specific provisions were to be considered as a part of the bylaw amendments. One is to increase compensation to directors from $75 to $100 for every day served or meeting attended, authorized meeting attended, up to a maximum of 6. That's pursuant to Government Code Section 61,047. And then a second provision that would require directors to report back from any conference or meeting that they attended at the district's expense at the next regular meeting. That's also Government Code Section 53-232.2. And of course, if there are any other amendments that you feel are appropriate, this would be the time to discuss them and to provide direction to staff. If we can incorporate them into this resolution simply, we could do that. Otherwise, we'd bring that back next month. So I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Yeah, I have a question.
Director Berenger.
I have a question of General Counsel. This doesn't mean, it means we must look at the bylaws every January, but it doesn't mean that if we come up with something in September where we want to have a bylaw that establishes a committee or something, we can do that.
Yeah, you could amend the bylaws at any time you feel it's appropriate. This is just the required annual review.
Well, in a matter of efficiency of time, I move that we adopt the bylaws as changed.
I just want to ask, this is with regard to directors getting a raise. Is that what we're talking about right now? Cool. I'm so totally grateful now that I'll actually be able to pay for that vacation to Cancun, so thank you so much. And I'll second the motion.
I don't have any slips for public comment on this item. Is there anybody from the public to speak to this item? Okay, back to the board for action. A discussion? Yes.
Yeah, I've consistently opposed this for 6 years, and I think out of conscience, I'm going to have to oppose it again. Not that I don't think it's warranted, because I know that time spent by members on this board certainly would put an hourly wage under the minimum wage, and I think that it's very appropriate. But I just can't, in good conscience, vote myself a raise. I think that if we were speaking proactively towards new members coming in future elections, that might be a consideration. But for purposes of today, I have to be a no.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Question. Well, no, I'm not going to ask the question.
I agree with Mr. Thompson's feelings, and I think Director Farmer is new, so we wouldn't want to preclude that. I think that there's always an opportunity for a director not to accept or not to to apply for a given, attend a meeting that, especially if you give bad information you shouldn't get paid for. But other than that, I think it needs to be applied universally, and I think that right now I'm supportive of it, but I'm also, I recognize we might have some public comments.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a further comment.
Director
I was being rather humorous there, but obviously this is an important issue because we are first and foremost public servants, and performing a well-needed, a necessary, civic responsibility to the members of our community. I can totally in fact, when this first came up, I'm thinking, well, maybe we should just leave this amount the way it is. But in having been a director now for a little over a month and seeing how much time I personally am devoting to preparing for this meeting, for other how could I say it, responsibilities that I'm taking on. Now, right now, obviously, as a new director, I'm probably doing more now than I might be doing a year from now. But then again, when I think about just being on the ad hoc committee with Mr. Barringer with regard to water and wastewater, I look at this as, it's almost close to, I'm not going to say a full-time job, but even when you're not doing something, you're thinking about something. And this is a very, I know that people out there in the audience may not necessarily agree with me, but this is a responsibility that at least I can only speak for myself, and I think it applies to other members of this board. We take our responsibility here with tremendous, how could I say it? We're grateful for the opportunity to serve the members of this community, and the amount of time personally that I've already devoted to this. I feel like $600 a month, which is $7,200 a year, is not a lot of money considering it's let's put it this way, it used to be $100. And then it was lowered to $75 like 8 years ago. And let's put it this way, the cost of living has certainly gone up during that period of time, and I can only speak for myself. I still work at 2 self-employed jobs, and I'm also an active volunteer in this community in what I do. And I just feel like $600 a month maximum is not too much to ask as a member of this board, and I hope that sounds like it makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, public comment. Ms. Dickinson?
I fully support the $100 per meeting, a maximum $600 a month. I think if you look at the other special services districts in this county, as I have, you will find that they are all, I believe, paying, maybe exception of one, it's much smaller, is paying that. The board was getting $100 when Director Sanders served many years ago, and I'm not sure about Barringer and Thompson, but Muriel Cliff made that change to lower it when we were in the depths of the recession. We are out of the recession, and I just feel that $100. I know how much work it takes for me to go through an agenda, and I'm not on committees, but I absolutely believe that it's fair. And if we can give the general manager a humongous raise and members of the staff 11% rate increases, my Social Security check 0.03% raise, which they took out for Medicare going up. So I got zilch, nothing, as did probably most everyone else. So I absolutely support it, and I believe that there are some members of the board that have more money than others, and that's fine. But I think it's only fair to go back to, we have come out of the recession. The stock market was at 7.5, now it's up to 20 million. 7.5 million to 20. Come on, folks. Let's be fair here. I fully support it, and I think you absolutely deserve it.
Thank you. Mary Webb?
You can just read it.
Oh.
But actually, I do recommend, get a show of hands. I think it's absolutely fine, $100.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Webb. I would just like to say, this is something I've tried to get on the board since before I was even on the board, and I would have liked to get some support at some point to put it on the agenda before we, believe me, first agenda setting, I don't want this on my first agenda. This is not my choice. But this is something we need to be doing because it is been $100 since the law was put in place in 1958. It's been $100. It's never, ever in the state law gone up. I think that it was appropriate at the time when it was reduced, and I think it's time to go back up.
And I've always supported it because you were working hard, and I did put it on the agenda for this purpose.
So I think we can call the question. Can we have a roll call vote?
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Farmer? Director Thompson?
No.
Vice President Sanders?
No.
President Rice?
Aye. Thank you. Can we take a couple minute break? Yeah. Let's have 5 minutes. Is that acceptable? 5 minutes? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. General Manager Gruber, item 7E, please.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. This is consideration of lifting Stage 3 water shortage emergency, and I'm going to let District Council Carmel just give you a brief background on it and present it.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. This item is to consider lifting the Stage 3 water shortage declaration. As you recall, on January 30th of 2014, the board declared a Stage 3 water shortage condition and adopted enhanced conservation measures, restrictions on the use of potable water, water allotments, surcharges, and penalties for violations. Those measures are all still in place, except that on February 18th of 2016, the board suspended enforcement of the penalties and surcharges. We've gotten a lot of rain over the last couple of months. The aquifers are full. So before you, you have a resolution that would rescind the Stage 3 water shortage emergency and would eliminate all the measures that are currently in place. That would be the enhanced conservation measures, the restrictions on use of potable water, the allotments, and the surcharges. So essentially, people would be free to use water however they chose. The current rate schedule would stay in effect, and that's about it. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, questions?
Public comment, I'd like to hear
Questions first, then public comment, then discussion. Is there any
first.
questions?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. I don't have any public comment slips. Oh, I have one public. If you would like to comment on this item, please fill out a slip and then bring it forward to Monique so we can get it. Tina Dickinson.
Oh, there was I think included in the staff packet, wasn't there something that came out from the governor regarding, I think I left it, wait a minute. Well, we certainly paid attention to the governor on January 17th, 2014, and on January 30th, 2014, as the president or legal counsel just mentioned, a Stage 3 drought emergency was declared. I can't honestly quite understand this. I think we're still in a moratorium. Water Code 350. We do not have a CDP for either an EWS or an SWF. What I would like to know, and I'd like to get a direct answer to this question, if you are considering lifting the stage 3, how does that affect each resident on the 50 gallons per day? Does that mean now that everybody can use as much water as they want? And I really would like that question answered, because I'm not, I would, that needs something, I hope that someone here can tell me.
Madam President, can I?
Are you finished with your comment?
Well, I
'Cause
just,
we're going to give you an answer.
okay.
I just don't want to take your time.
Okay, I'd like to know how it is that we can lift this as soon as we get the aquifers full. The aquifers were full last year too, and this certainly didn't happen. So why now? I would like some more explanation, and I think the description from legal counsel was extremely limited. So if we could have more elaboration so the public can understand why you're doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. Vice President Sanders.
Thank you. First of all, I want to correct a misstatement. We do have a CDP for the water facility. We have an emergency coastal development permit duly approved by the County of San Luis Obispo. For how long? Well, it's good until we get a permanent permit.
Where is it? I thought it ended December 31st.
No.
Where is it, and how long does it go?
Secondly, there seems to be a perception that somehow the lifting of the Stage 3 moratorium is a license to waste water. I would invite your attention to Chapter 4.08 of the CCSD's code. It's entitled Waste of Water, and it, in very specific terms, outlines what water cannot be used for, and it provides some pretty stiff penalties for wasting water. For example, a fourth violation can result in a fine of $1,000. So we have on the books a waste of water ordinance. It has teeth in it, and beside that, I think the culture now in this community is one of water conservation. If we have another long-range weather forecast that demonstrates or provides evidence of us slipping into another drought, we can very easily declare another Stage 1, Stage 2, or Stage 3 emergency.
Director
Behringer?
Yes. Also, it just, this got me when I first joined the board. The basic, this is no stage, not Stage 1, not Stage 2, not Stage 3. Things like watering shall be accomplished with a person in attendance. Washing of sidewalks, walkways, driveways, parking lots, windows, buildings, and all other hard surface areas by direct hosing is prohibited. The serving of water to customers by an eating establishment except when specifically requested, etc. The only thing that we're really eliminating with lifting the Stage 3 is the allocations and penalties. And I do have, because of Director Rice's discussion on us being not getting an operational facts and be a board that does what? Policy, got it. I came up with an addendum I would like to add. I'm coming, you got it. To the proclamation here, what is it?
The resolution?
The resolution. I would like to add this as the last number, and I happen to make copies for people in case, because you don't want to make a law by running back and forth. So I'll pass this down. got a couple other copies. I do. Let's give this to you. District Council, did I give you one? No? I took it back? Here. Here's one. It's not an agenda. I'm giving it to this point. That's not acceptable. Why is that unacceptable?
Excuse me.
That's not acceptable.
Don't make me use my gavel, please.
I'm providing something to my fellow colleagues during the discussion of this particular item. And it says that in the, where is the proclamation here? 7E, where is the, oh, it's a green sheet.
It's an addendum.
It's a green sheet. Okay. Resolved, whereas, based upon the existing water conditions, et cetera, et cetera. So just prior to passed and adopted, I would like to add number 4 that says the general manager is authorized to operate the sustainable water facility as needed to augment our water supply when it is determined that the San Simeon aquifer is expected to experience a negative gradient measured between SS4 and 9P2, and/or the Windsor Bridge well is nearing the level of 3 feet above sea level. Either of these conditions will be considered a stage 3 emergency, or as well as any sudden and unexpected catastrophic loss of use of the aquifer. The Board of Directors will consider allocation surcharges and additional restrictions of water use upon startup of the SWF. Harry, did you get a copy of that? Just so you, yeah. And I think by putting that into it does one thing. It gets the policy. The policy is the board's responsibility, but operationally, the general manager needs to know how we're going to save these aquifers. The major reason, in my opinion, when I was president, the major reason we rushed to get this emergency water supply project online is that we were precariously close to losing or having saltwater intrusion in the San Simeon aquifer and/or getting subsidence in the Santa Rosa Creek aquifer. We were going below 3 feet. We want to protect the fish. The most important thing that sustainable water facility is going to do for us is to give us a reliable supply without threatening our ecological use of that in the future. So that's why I think putting this in now will make it operationally possible for the general manager to reinstate a stage 3 if necessary. And I think now's the time to talk about it.
Madam President.
Yes, Vice President Sanders. Thank you, Director Beringer.
I support certainly the concept that Director Beringer is proposing here. But I have a couple of questions of the staff that relate to some operational issues that will require a bit of forecasting on the part of the staff.
Get ready.
So if we start up the SWF, we have a 60-day travel time requirement. So to my way of thinking, if we were faced with the prospect of a reverse gradient or the aquifers collapsing, subsidence, then we'd have to have our crystal ball in order to determine that those events might occur. In other words, we're going to have to be on our toes and be prepared to address an emergency before it happens because of the 60-day travel time. Is that not correct?
Yes, the SWF does have a number of permitted conditions that we have to also follow through before you can start that up. Mm-hmm. So it's not something we want to just simply turn on and off on a frequent basis. It's we would have to consider the elevations, water surface elevations in the aquifer, look at that compared to what the demands are at the time to make a projection. But I think what would, most normal years, we'd probably be looking at starting that sometime in September, just based on the past trends of the aquifer and the water surface, or the well levels. So I don't know if I'm fully answering your question, but
Well, you are.
Okay.
Right now with the emergency coastal development permit we have, we're not permitted to use the facility unless we're in a stage 3.
Correct.
Okay. So if we're, in the future, sliding into a drought, and we are not operating under a stage 3 declaration, then we're going to have to be mindful of the long-range weather forecast in particular, because if we turn on the facility, it really isn't helping us for a period of about 60 days.
It's helping us before that 60 days.
It is.
It's building up the water level, and you're preserving the amount of storage in the aquifer as opposed to drawing the aquifer down. You're helping to stabilize that water surface. So there's a 60-day travel time, but there's also a more immediate hydraulic benefit by re-injecting that water and keeping that water table from dropping as quickly.
Oh, you're talking about putting it into the mound?
Yeah. No, from the mound into the re-injection well.
And then right back into the mound?
No, we're actually helping to stabilize or slow the rate of decline of the fresh water that's upstream from that mound. So you do get a more immediate benefit from running that, because you're going to slow down how quickly that fresh water storage where the wells are at will come down. You'll stretch that out.
Okay, but how about the saltwater intrusion issue, the reverse gradient issue? If you're drawing water out of the mound and running it through the sustainable water facility, then you're depleting the water supply that we use to retard saltwater intrusion.
Well, our geohydrologist has looked at that, and you're going to get a certain percent that still comes through to prevent that from occurring. So
Okay.
By building up that freshwater area.
Good.
Can I ask the,
Yes, Director Berenger.
when we were studying this years ago, routinely, we would get a reverse or a zero or a negative gradient. And our permit said that we could operate for how many months? 3 months, with a reverse gradient in San Simeon Wellfield. Is that correct? Or was it more?
I believe so. I have to look at that old document again.
So routinely, we would go into a negative gradient. We have an emergency unit here that if we get to a zero gradient, we can prevent it from going negative for as long as we need to. And yes, it might take a couple of weeks to get the thing started, but if it's, and the wording here is expected to experience a negative gradient. So if it's expected, if he expects it to be a negative gradient, in other words, it's deteriorating over the weeks, we start the process. By the time we get a negative gradient, or a zero or a negative gradient, that is, in fact, will be considered a stage 3 emergency. And so we can automatically go into it with this particular verbiage. That's why I wanted to have it in there. And I think it allows us to do policy instead of it takes the politics out of it.
I do have one other request for public comment, and Tina's question hasn't been answered in my understanding. Mr. Carmel?
I didn't want to interrupt you when you're done.
Okay. My understanding is that what it'll change for the residents is there will be no 50 gallons per person per day allocation set, and the surcharges are going to be eliminated. That's my understanding. The other uses of water are still, the restrictions that Director Berenger was reading are still in place. The fact that we have ordinances on the books that prevent water waste, and the state constitution of the state of California prohibits waste of water. there are a lot of things that would still be in place. You can't do a lot of things like run a hose without something that stops the water from flowing. So those laws aren't changed, but the surcharges and the 50 gallons per person, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, that's the change would be almost unnoticeable for most people since last February, since we haven't had surcharges. I've got a request to speak from Mike Lyons, and then we're gonna bring it back to the board.
Madam,
Tina,
In the report, the problem is if you're going to make such a
Tina,
drastic change.
Tina,
where
please,
are
I've
the
just
answers
called
for
for
the
somebody.
public?
I've just called Mike Lyons, please.
Thank you. The last two elections to this board were largely a referendum on the water question and how we're going to solve it permanently. Those two elections yielded a clear mandate from the community by voting to the board to reach a permanent local control over our water shortages. My question is, if we remove the stage 3 requirement now, or the situation right now, would that interfere with our overall goal by means of an approval of the SEIR to gain permanent local control of the SWF?
Thank you. That's a very good question. Did anyone in staff like to address that question?
I don't think it impedes local control at all. That's my opinion.
So it doesn't affect the overall big picture
No.
is the idea.
I concur with district council on that.
Okay. I have another request to speak from Mary Webb, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Thank you, President Rice. I just have a point of order. This addition to the resolution that Director Behringer has just passed out to the board was not noticed in the agenda. It was not part of the packet. So no one in the community has been able to read to be able to respond to what he's now adding on to what would be a change of the board's ordinances on what constitutes a stage 3 water shortage emergency condition. It also then changes the application that has been submitted to the county, to the water board, to the coastal commission, to state parks, to National Marine Fisheries Service on how you intend to operate the plant. So now you've got a real problem here. I'm just letting you know.
Thank you, Ms. Webb.
Can I?
Yes,
comment?
please.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was recognizing Mr. Carmel here.
Okay.
And then direct.
Thank you, Madam President.
I don't agree.
The issue of how you choose to reinstitute the stage 3 is very important. Obviously, it should be, robustly discussed and considered by the board. In this case, the agenda description is consideration of lifting stage 3 water shortage emergency. So that issue really wasn't considered to be a part of this agenda item. The discussion can take place to a certain extent, but the action of adding the proposed language to the resolution would not be compliant with the Brown Act. And I believe in this case, Ms. Webb is right. The surplusage regarding regulatory agencies, I'm not sure what that has anything to do with, but the Brown Act description here is pretty narrow. It's simply consideration of lifting stage 3 water shortage emergency. This goes well beyond that.
Okay. And
I don't agree, of course, but that's another issue. The reason I typed it up is because in conversation with General Counsel, he said, well, you don't want to be making laws, in the middle of a thing, so I, at this meeting, happened to put the words in there so that we wouldn't have the secretary or the district clerk trying to interpret language, but I'll yield if yielding is required.
yes, Director Thompson.
I guess my biggest question, both to staff and also to other members, is why now? Obviously, we've gotten more snow in the Sierras than we have in 6 years. From what I understand now, the only part of the state that is still in exceptional drought is the Lake Kachuma area. Everybody else is still in drought, but we are now out of exceptional drought. But I don't know whether it's good form to do this when Governor Brown still has his emergency declaration in place. I expect that he will lift that in the next couple of months. I think that's reasonable to expect. So I'm not sure if this is something we want to do at this point in time. And if staff can give me any, this is or whatever,
Director, do you want to hear that now? or-
Well, I'd like to. That's my question. I mean, is there some reason why we need to do that at this point? Although I support the idea, but.
Do you want to address that? And then we'll have Harry.
Well, the timing of this issue is a function of the board placing it on the agenda. Whether it's appropriate or not is purely within your discretion. I mean, certainly we should duly note that the state hasn't done anything to eliminate the governor's proclamation, the restrictions that he put in place 3 years ago and modified a year ago or so is still in place. He may reconsider that at some point in the future, but they're still all on the books, and we're still bound by them. That's why we green sheeted them, so that was clear. But again, the timing, it's up to the board as to when you want to consider lifting the stage 3, and the board put this on the agenda to consider it now.
Director Farmer.
Seems like a long time ago. I know it was just a couple of minutes ago or so. Director Sanders was talking about long-range weather forecast, and what popped into my mind is Bob Dylan. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. And these decisions of convenience that are being made by this board, first, lifting surcharges at a time when additional revenue is needed by the district, and not how could I say? I hesitate to use the word penalties, but like I say, we're living in the 21st century. We're in a new reality, no matter which way we look at it. And I know that we, as a community, we're one of the most efficient communities in the state in responding to the drought emergency. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But perception is really important right now with regard to decisions we're making. The lifting of the surcharges, and now lifting stage 3, water emergency. People will be thinking, well, gee, everything's fine now. Well, everything isn't fine. The drought is not over. This is great what's happening right now. This is the way it used to. When I moved here 30 years ago, this was the rule, not the exception. But we don't know in moving forward how things are going to be. And since we've gotten off on this tangent here, I just want to say, as far as I'm concerned, lifting the surcharges was a mistake, and lifting the stage 3 water emergency is a mistake. We are still in a water emergency, despite the fact Strawberry Canyon, the water hasn't run through there. The standing water hasn't been like this in a long time. It's such a blessing to walk down there and listen to the water running. But as I said, the situation, we need to be realistic about where we're at now, as I say, in the 21st century. And with regard to this decision of lifting the stage 3, therefore, we lift the stage 3, we can't use this emergency water facility out there. So at some point, well, we'll reinstate the stage 3, and then we can operate this $13 million thing out here. I don't quite understand, number one, who benefited by the surcharges being lifted, and I'd like to know who's benefiting by the lifting of the stage 3 emergency, water emergency. Who's benefiting by that being lifted?
Madam President,
Vice President Sanders.
I'm compelled to respond. First of all, we lifted the we did lift the surcharges, and the consumption of water has hardly gone up a blip.
I understand that, but the perception is what's important as far as I'm concerned.
The second
And I
thing
think-
is, I really am concerned about your insinuation that somehow the surcharges were lifted to benefit certain people, and that the stage 3 is being proposed for being lifted to benefit certain people. I think that's entirely inappropriate. What I suggest you do is go to the district office and read some letters from some constituents who unfortunately had an undetected leak that went on for a period of time. People who might be forced out of their homes because they didn't detect the leak and they were faced with a surcharge that would have wiped out their bank accounts.
Well, what about the people that might be forced out of their homes by the increased water rates that are taking place in this town?
No, we're talking about surcharges.
Well, I'm just saying.
Water rates are a separate subject.
Gentlemen, while I would like to foster good discussion, we don't need to be having battles over things that aren't related to the topic. Director Berenger?
Yes, I just want to state or say that there's my duty as a director is to tell the truth and to make people know what the situation is. And there is not right now, and it's unlikely that in the near future will we have a shortage of water. We have enough water. What we need to do is protect our environment, and that's why I wanted to put a statement certain that would restrict when we would be able to do that. But the water, just because it hasn't snowed in the Sierras, doesn't affect Cambria. Cambria has 2 creeks, and we rely on them. We have plenty of storage in each of the creeks. There's large aquifers. San Simeon and Santa Rosa Creek, we have aquifer storage. What we need to do, it's inappropriate for us to have an artificial stage when we have water. Everybody around town says, well, we don't have water. And speaking to surcharges, just one thing. Some woman or man might have lost their spouse, and their grandchildren are coming to spend the time in the summer. Why should they get a surcharge when there's plenty of water going by to the ocean? If you look at our charts, if you look at it today, we have had record amounts of water in our aquifers. Even the worst time in 2015, in September, when we were almost getting saltwater intrusion, we had enough. And right now we're pumping only 400 to 600 acre feet a year, and we normally pump 800 acre, or up to 800 acre feet. It's inappropriate for us to have an artificial stage 3. And that's why I wanted it to be put on the agenda.
Okay, if I could have the slideshow really quick. Thank you. This is, the timing of this is because Director Berenger and then a majority of us voted to have this on the agenda. There is, according to the staff report, no technical reason for us to leave the stage 3 emergency on. There is essentially no effect to the community because we've already suspended the surcharges. I think you got to hit one time and then it should go one more slide and it should go. This is California. This is the drought map. And it shows you kind of what's been going on since 2008. It's been a while since we've even had anywhere close to a white state. There's 2010 right there. When we get up toward where we are right now, you're going to notice something different. I don't think the governor, I completely concur with Director Thompson. The governor has not lifted it, but he may in a few months, and then it might be more appropriate. We will also know better how late in the year we're going to end up with some water. Because it doesn't matter that it's raining now, it matters that it's raining in May or April. because that's really what helps us make it all the way through the summer. Because the summertime is the highest use, and the summertime is the time when we have water going down, 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 because unless we run the water supply, you'll notice there's a new color on that map that started in 2014. That's the exceptional drought. We're still in extreme drought in some places in this state. It's not over. Here's 2015, this is 2 years ago. We were still in exceptional drought. I don't think this is the time to have this. I think it is an important discussion, but I don't think it's the right time. There may be no technical reason that we have to have it in place, but there's plenty of reasons to maintain our emergency status, at least until we have a permanent, look at that, that's November. Even going to January 10th, we've got still a very serious problem, and that's after that big rainstorm that flooded our well fields. I don't think it's appropriate at this time. We're doing better than South County, that's for sure, but I don't think it's the right time to do this.
Madam President, let me offer a suggestion,
Please,
if I can.
please, I would like to.
To use a term that's used by courts throughout the state, maybe we should trail this item. We can monitor the situation from month to month. We can ascertain what's coming from Sacramento in terms of the governor's drought proclamation. There may be some other factors that come into play, including your comment about maybe it's not important how much it rains, but when it rains, and make the decision at some point in the future.
I don't have any objection to that. Is there anybody else
Yes,
that has?
President Rice,
Yes.
I would,
Director Behringer.
although I would concur in a way. Obviously, we don't have the votes here, but what I'm concerned about is that people in the grocery store are saying, oh, I only have a 2-unit allocation, and I wanted my kids to spend the time at Christmas and blah, blah, blah. One of these things this would do is it would get rid of the allocations. And if we could do that, that would be wonderful. And there's the perception that we're in this extreme drought and we're ready to dry up. And I think that we need to signal to the community that we have a tool in place for emergencies that will not, which will not have our citizens live like second-class citizens. And right now, because they think they have it, even though there's no penalty, they have that perception that we don't have a safe and reliable water supply. And I think that message needs to go out. And I think, people, I think humankind does contribute to global warming. I do believe that this is the 21st century. I believe that. But if you look at the past 60 years of rainfall, and if you look at the amount of water we normally have taken out of our aquifers and what we are now, it's undeniable that we have enough water to serve our community. But
Director Thompson?
Yes, I like the suggestion that Vice President Sanders put on the table. I'm very amenable to lifting the stage 3. It's just a matter of when is most appropriate. And I hesitate to jump out in front of the governor's declaration because I think that might not reflect well at the state level. So I think we need to be very careful about that. And but I would want to perhaps see this on every agenda for the following number of months so that we can adequately discuss it and follow it. And
Can I make a suggestion in that regard? Perhaps if we instruct the general manager to make it a part of his general manager's report, so it's not physically on the agenda, we don't have to deal with it, but we have him advise us of long-range weather forecast, condition of the wells, what's going on in Sacramento, and the other things that would be important information to have for consideration of lifting the stage 3.
Changes in the situation. That's agreeable with me. Is there any other further discussion?
I
Director
move that we,
Behringer?
I move that we table it and direct staff to keep things in mind. I would like to also add, though, if the general manager finds that he has criteria that he wants to use, or if he feels that there's a condition that he wants to bring up, that he can actually bring it up as something we can act on in that meeting rather than just in his general manager's report. With that said, that's my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, so the motion is to table the item, but have it come back each month as part of the general manager's report, and if action is going to be required, then it would be an agenda item for the board to discuss. Is that accurately reflected? All right. I'd just like to say one thing before we take a roll call, which is this. This emergency water supply should not be the first and only thing that we do when there's an upcoming, looks like that we're not going to be able to meet the demand. First thing we should do is encourage people to cut back, and right now, we still have this in place so that we can do that, and if we need to go back to doing surcharges, we can. Because the first thing we do, if we think that it's going to be an ongoing drought, isn't just turn on the facility so that people can keep using water as much as they want. We ask people to contribute and not overuse. Thank you. Let's have a roll call, please, Monique.
Director Behringer?
Aye.
Director Sanders?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. Thank you for the good discussion and for standing down, both of you. Item 7F.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Item 7F is authorize the general manager to execute task order 8 to the February 7th, 2014 engineering services agreement, emergency water supply project CDM Smith for the continuation of technical assistance. Staff recommends that the board approve expenditures of $217,748 from the Sustainable Water Facility Fund for task order 8 for the continuation of technical assistance from CDM Smith, and authorized general manager to execute task order 8. I'm going to turn this over to Bob Greshens. We did a detailed breakdown on how this would be funded, from what areas within the budget, and how that would affect the remaining allocations within the existing budget for the sustainable water facility. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bob.
Thank you, General Manager Gruber. Madam President, members of the board, this is a task order that's related to both operations as well as the capital portion of the sustainable water facility. We've been relying on CDM Smith to help us operationally on some very complicated monthly, quarterly, and annual reporting that's required as part of our Title 22 and Title 27 permits. We're trying to get to the point where staff can take over that responsibility. I'm hopeful that we will eventually. It's been a little bit of a hybrid operation and management with some key water department personnel that have left, in the last few months. We have people that are stepping up and doing a great job. In particular, I think John Alchin has served as the chief plant operator of our sustainable water facility, even though his duties were originally, when he joined us, as the wastewater department supervisor. So John has helped operate that facility under his leadership. We've kind of split the water department up between Jason Buell, our new water department supervisor, running the wells, the wellhead treatment, and the distribution system, and John maintaining and operating the sustainable water facility. It helps us quite a bit to continue to have that operational support from CDM Smith to assemble these reports. There's a huge amount of laboratory data that has to be assembled. So that's what a good portion of this is. When we split up these costs, we split up their management cost almost 50-50. That's why there's a little bit of difference there. The other portion of the cost here is related to the getting through this EIR process and getting that regular coastal development permit. We want to keep them involved. There's a number of detailed letters that we received raising technical questions that I do need to turn to them to get some help on and making sure we give a good detailed response in those comment letters that we did receive. In particular, Mike Smith, their hydrogeologist, is going to be very important to us, as well as the rest of their engineering team in getting through that process. So without getting into a lot of details, that's the gist of it, and we would certainly appreciate the board's approval of this expenditure for Task Order 8 at this point in time, and I'd be glad to answer any further questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Greshams. Director Sanders, Vice President Sanders?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay, do we, I think I have a public comment, and then we'll have are there any questions before we go to public comment? All right, Tina Dickinson?
Okay, I have a question. At some point, not too long ago, last year, I believe $1 million was put into a reserve fund to pay for costs that were to be incurred regarding the EWS or whatever, SWF. So now I see that funding for Task Order 8 would come from two sources. $112,748 will come from the Sustainable Water Facility operating budget, and the remaining task order of $105,000 coming from the SWF capital project budget. I'm just going to have to say that it's becoming unbelievable how much this is costing. The plant has been built for almost 2.5 years. Here we are at Task Order 8 and asking the board to approve more money to be spent for the project that was built 2.5 years ago. And I'm absolutely shocked, because if you add up the numbers, forget about 13 million. 13 million for the loan, 13.4, but then the 4.3 million that we will, hopefully with the 5%, that didn't even go to pay down. So that was used because of mitigation costs and costs that were incurred. The other thing is, General Manager Gruber at the outset said, we don't even need CDM Smith. Our water department can handle this, no problem. Well, he soon came to find out that wasn't the case at all. But here we are, 2.5 years after it's built, without folks in the water department that can handle this. This is, I mean, when does it stop? When is it going to end? The costs just go on and on and on, and I'm really having a very hard time understanding it. What we were promised certainly hasn't come to be, and the timing, it just couldn't, it's just abominable. And so I don't know how you can keep approving more and more money when the $1 million was put into a fund. Where is that $1 million, and why is it be coming out of there? But why are we still paying for it? And why are we still working on tasks for a project that was built 2.5 years ago? Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, Vice President Sanders.
First of all, the loan is not for $13 million. So let's get that straight.
Can we not have a back and forth, please?
Secondly, when the project was approved by the county, and when an emergency coastal development permit was issued, it was issued with a condition that we pursue a permanent coastal development permit. That's what we're doing. The $1 million was set aside in part to pay for the process of getting to a permanent coastal development permit. Like it or not, that's an expensive process. And all we're doing is complying with the condition of approval that was imposed on us.
Thank you. Director Berenger.
Director Rice, I move that we accept what's presented. I got it.
You already put your binder away.
Second the motion.
Okay, I have a couple of questions on this. Looking at Task Order 6, we had long-term permitting support and the monthly reports for 6 months from CDM Smith and EIR technical support and engineering support to the adaptive management plan, and that was $94,000. This is 6 months, and it's a significantly larger amount. Is that because we're doing the responses to comments? It didn't look like in what you gave us. Here's my reluctance and why I'm not going to support the motion. CDM Smith knows we've got the money. They know we have to get this thing done. Why wouldn't they continue to charge us to do things to help support this? And I'm not completely convinced that in your role as general manager, you've guided this enough to keep them away from continuing to charge us money. That's just what it feels like to me. I have not been intimately involved, and I haven't actually had a discussion with you. It's just the appearance, which is what I hear from the community and what I feel like when I read yet another amount of money that's in the 6 figures going to CDM Smith. If that's completely off base, I welcome you telling me that that's completely off base and showing me that you can do this without an additional. Now, doing the reports, they're complex, and I know we've just recently lost somebody in the department that was learning how to do those things, and I know we need to have those compliance reports. They need to get done. I also know we got a notification we didn't get one of the compliance reports in on time. And why don't we have any accountability? I don't see anything in this agreement for this task order that makes it so that you, as general manager, can say to CDM Smith, why isn't this done? Because there are performance standards that the district staff is required to comply with so that they can do their part, but I don't know how well they're doing their part. So this is where my concern lies and why I'm going to have a hard time supporting it, because we just continue to get additional, I mean, if they didn't build it into their original funding budget plan that they planned for to begin with, the fact that CDM Smith knows this community and has been around in this community long enough, they should have been able to plan for how many comments there would be, and that we're getting charged additional money. I mean, we're a rock and a hard place here, but I just am not comfortable, and unless you can convince me, I just not comfortable with this amount of money.
Go ahead, Jim.
Madam President, can I clarify that I'm moving that to authorize the general manager to execute task order 8 to February 7th, 2014 engineering services agreement, emergency water supply projects, CDM Smith for construction of technical assistance. And I'd also, during discussion, would like to get some feedback from Director Sanders on the EIR process and how badly this is needed if he seconds the motion.
Well, did I second the motion or did I not? I can't remember. Okay. If I didn't, I second it now. I'm a little bit flummoxed in terms of where to begin. I think it's fair to say that the volume of comments, first of all, was unexpected and extraordinary. Secondly, I think from a couple of the so-called responsible agencies, those are agencies that are entitled to comment on the environmental impact report. They're public agencies. They were complex in the extreme, and in one case, the comments were fueled with inaccurate information or inaccurate interpretation of information. It takes an extraordinary amount of technical work in order to overcome those comments, especially comments that are based upon inaccurate information or inaccurate interpretation of information. It's like preparing for a trial. It's like they have their experts, so we have to have our experts who have the proper credentials to qualify as experts to counter the comments that have been made. And that's the situation that we're in. If we don't have the kind of expertise that CDM Smith has to offer, then we might as well pack it in.
Can I respond?
Director Farmer.
Director Sanders just alluded to the so-called responsible agencies as being the problem. That the reason that it's taking such a long time to reply to all the comments is because these comments are filled with inaccurate information and interpretation. I think the problem is the original document was flawed to begin with. That's the problem. And the problem is that it's like, I'm going to use the analogy. You hire somebody to build your home. They come up with a plan, and they give you a certain time frame, a certain amount of money that it's going to cost. And they don't do it. It comes to that time frame, and they're still working on it. I mean, the EIR was a little bit late in coming. And then, so it finds up it takes longer to build your house. So they're going to bill you for it. And you say, well, no, I think what's going on here is, it's now on your dime to take care of this job. And as far as I'm concerned, CDM Smith, if they want to continue to work on this, they can do it on their dime, not on the ratepayers of this community. Thank you. And that's only one thing I wanted to talk about. I noticed throughout this task order 8 that if you look up at the top of the pages, interspersed is task order 7. I'm assuming if I look through here further, I'll probably find a task order 9 about to pop up any moment now. I think it's these task orders, as far as I'm concerned, this is my personal opinion. Of course, everybody knows how I feel about this issue out here. Enough's enough. The community is no longer responsible for paying for additional costs on this facility, especially on replying to the EIR. Forget about it. That's my own personal opinion. And all these different monthly and semi-annually and quarterly reports and everything like this, I just feel as if I think we need a straightforward accounting as to when this is all going to stop. The ratepayers deserve some accountability as to what is taking place here. We have major problems on the horizon, financial problems on the horizon with this district with regard to water and wastewater. That's the priority. And the fact that we're throwing more money at this particular situation here, I think is irresponsible. Thank you.
Madam President, may I just comment real quickly?
Yes, I still didn't get the answer yet.
I just want
that
to,
I was asking
from a
about.
historical perspective, we've touched on the EIR, and we know that that's a component of this. So let's rewind a couple years and go back to when we were working directly with the Regional Water Quality Control Board on 2 of the permits, the Title 22, which is for the facility itself, and then the Title 27 for the brine pond. So that was under Ken Harris's leadership when he was the executive director of the local Regional Water Quality Control Board. And so their staff worked diligently and put these permits together. And in those permits was a tremendous amount of sampling and a tremendous amount of reporting that was required. And because of the urgency, we met with them several times, but we didn't really have an opportunity to sit down and request reductions in those samplings and reporting. And since this was a project that was new and really had never been done before, the regulatory agency cautioned on the side, they cautioned, they were very cautious with a tremendous amount of sampling and a tremendous amount of reporting. It's ridiculous. But with the understanding that once we run this facility for a year, and we've run it about 9 months now, once we've run it for a year, we take all these reports, and these are these reports and the compiling of these reports with the associated data, and there's thousands and thousands of sample points and thousands of samples and information. We take that information, it's all compiled in reports, and we sit back down with the Regional Water Quality Control Board and say, now can you reduce the requirements? You have the proven data. And I'm optimistic that that's going to happen. They're requiring us to do a great deal of sampling, of biological monitoring and reporting. And I think once that's completed, then we will have a reduction in some of the things that are being required now. But it's a journey, and it's a path. And I think I can understand Director Farmer's frustration, and I can understand your concerns, but the community has committed to this. The community has committed to this.
Please, folks.
We are in the process of getting to that point where we do have a year of data and sampling. And once that is in place, then we can take that data, go back to the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and ask for a reduction in all aspects. But until they get that year of operational time, it's really critical that we continue down this path. But I want the board to know that I don't take this $217,000 lightly. I don't question CDM's integrity. I think that they were here for us when we needed them. They built a plan in record time. They got it up and operational. Bob and I negotiated this down considerably from what it originally was. And so I wanted to just give the board a little bit of a historical perspective on why the sampling, the biological monitoring, the report writing is so onersome right now and just so burdensome from a financial standpoint, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. So.
It seems to me, if I might, that $49,000 for project management, quality assurance, and QC, it seems significant, especially when the reporting itself is $88,000. And if they've done it more than once, why does it still cost so much? When I've already developed a report, I kind of know how to plug the numbers in. I know what I'm doing. First time I can see, maybe it's going to be expensive because they've got to figure out which ones are needed and which data is needed, and the people in the field have to get the data to put into the reports. I mean, I understand it's a complicated thing. How is it possible, though, that the cost of doing that reporting hasn't gone down at all? And I don't see anything in this task order that calls them out for their liability for their mistakes. When they miss deadlines, it's all the liability returns to the district. I don't like that.
To the ratepayers.
You should have something in that contract that gives you some teeth in case they don't meet the requirement. Because I don't think this does. This basically gives them, we'll just do it and hopefully it'll get done when, but all our people have to get the data in within 5 days of the end of the month, and there's all these different requirements that we're trying to meet for them, which I'm sure puts stress on staff. But we don't have any way of saying, why isn't this done yet? Or taking back some money from them or something. I mean, I just don't feel like we're not in a position to not approve and have them continue to help us. We need them to continue to help us. But there's no reason why we should let them continue to help us and have zero liability for doing the parts that they're responsible for in a timely fashion, in a way for you to actually have say something that doesn't make them run away, because we do need them, but does give them a sense of, we better do this. I mean, I just don't think that there's enough in here for your benefit, for the district's benefit.
Might I respond, or, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead, Director.
I hear your frustration, and I understand where you come from. I'm not trying to make up excuses, I just want to, there's a couple of points. First of all, on the EIR and the CEQA process, they are not the lead consultant on this. They're in a support role, in a technical support role. We have MBI that's doing the overall EIR. So they're not per se the lead on the schedule of that particular document and that process. They're here to support us. I work with them on a weekly basis, almost like an extension of staff or a teammate. There's a lot of things behind the scenes that you all don't see that I witness. In particular, it's the laboratory analysis. And I'm not trying to point fingers at the labs, because they're also helping us out. But there's a tremendous amount of detailed laboratory analyses. We have samples going sometimes to 3 different labs at once, depending on what type of analysis it is. And those take a while to get the results back. And that is oftentimes the cause of these self-monitoring reports getting delayed back to the water board. So some of that is out of their control and out of our control. Some of it might fall back on us as staff, where maybe we didn't sample a particular well and we go, oh, we better get that sample done and get those turned in. So it's not always, when you see something saying, okay, you're late on this, it's not directly related to them. So again, I'm not trying to make up excuses. I do believe that we're getting close to getting our water department staffed up again. We've moved Jason into a supervisor role. Today we had some interviews for someone to fill the spot that was vacated by Jason. So I'm hoping that works out to where we get staffed up. I have a great admin assistant in Carolyn Winfrey, and I got to be careful I don't throw too much on her shoulders at one time, but she's been here since the early November now. I'm hoping I can work her into helping the operating departments more as she learns more about the permitting for remodels and transfers positions, and she's learning very quickly. Very, very good, hard worker. I hope to introduce her at a future meeting to you all. If you are in the office, I'd be glad to introduce you to Carolyn. But I think I tend to be more of an optimist at times. I hope I'm not overcommitting, but I'm hopeful that the operation costs, we end up bringing that under budget, and that we start becoming more self-sustaining in doing these monthly reports. CDM Smith has helped set them up, but I'm on the phone with their project manager weekly on something. I know I'm constantly having to call him about something with questions that come up. So Jerry and I tried to bring this cost down as best we could, and we certainly need their continued help. So I don't know if I've fully answered your question, but
Thank you, I appreciate that. Director Thompson?
Yeah, the bottom line in all this is that we need to get the regular permit. I mean, that is without doubt a requirement of our emergency permit. We need to get that. And it's regrettable that there are people in this town who are so opposed to us getting that regular permit that they would go on misinformation campaigns to try to convince the regulatory agencies that we should not be getting this permit document. It's also regrettable that folks like Landwatch are costing us upwards of $300,000 now with frivolous lawsuits to keep us from getting that regular permit. It's unfortunate. It's terrible, but it is what is happening, and we need to move forward, and we need to bring these folks on board and continue to try to get that permit.
Director Rice?
Director Barringer?
I do have a question of staff. First of all, I think the comment that was made that CDM Smith misses their deadlines. They built a plant on time. And that's a phenomenal thing to be able to get something done in 6 months. But that said, do we have any penalties or schedules or anything in there? Are you going to be coming, do you have a feeling you're going to come back 2 months from now or a month from now and say, oh, geez, we got to do more? Or what's your feeling on that?
These are services as opposed to, I just don't see where past experience with them makes that a requirement at this point in time. They've always been responsive to me on these assistance with the self-monitoring reports. As you mentioned, they were very responsive during the design construction of the facility. So again, it's the CEQA process that we're following on that EIR is, it can be a little subjective and not always following going from point A to point B depending on the comments you receive. So they've given me no reason to say, well, we need a penalty if you don't respond to this technical question on time. They have been all along responding to the technical question. So that's kind of my short answer. I mean,
Could it be less? Is it a not to exceed number, or could it be less?
well, again, I'm hopeful at least the operating costs.
Mike.
No, Mike.
I'm hoping the operating cost of this will come in less by the CCSD staff being able to take over what CDM Smith has set up for us. I mean, they've set up some nice reporting formats. Again, it's getting that lab data all collected and in the right format where we need to have the staff time to pull that all together. And I wish I could guarantee that'd be the case. My intuition is saying we're going to come under budget if we get the water department staffed up and with the help that we have now. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. I think we have, yes, Director Farmer.
Bob, I don't feel a tremendous amount of confidence in this taking place. Let's put it this way. I have confidence in staff being able to ultimately do the necessary work required. I'm not that confident that we're going to be able to eliminate our connection with CDM Smith as rapidly as I would like to see. I just want to make another comment. Mike Lyons, when he got up and spoke a little earlier, and he talked about the recent elections were a mandate for the direction that the district has been going with regard to the emergency water facility and so forth. I'd have to disagree with you, Mike, because people voted for me. And they voted for me because they are so discouraged with the way things have been, including the emergency water facility and the debt that this district has incurred that they are going to have to pay for. Thank you.
All right, there's been a motion made and a second, I believe. We should get 2 months free for all the months of reporting they've done for support for us. Do they have a punch card or something that, I mean, it's a ridiculously huge amount of money, and it's more than it had been in the past. And requirements are requirements, and they should have known. They're an engineering firm that does this kind of thing. They should have known also that. So it's a very discouraging to me that this is happening. Again, I'm glad that you worked to reduce the amount of the money.
Exactly.
I call the question. Let's have a roll call vote, please. Do you want to repeat the motion, or are we good?
I think the motion was pretty clear. It was just to accept. And I asked for clarification from the person that seconded it, Greg Sanders, but I got
I'd like to
satisfied
hear
with that.
I'd like to hear the motion again, just so the audience knows exactly what we're talking about.
So it's to authorize the general manager to execute task order 8 to the February 7th, 2014 engineering services agreement, emergency water supply project, CDM Smith, for continuation of technical assistance.
Yes, that was the motion.
And the second.
Director Berenger,
Aye.
Vice President Sanders,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
No.
Director Thompson,
Aye.
No. Last item is the future agenda items. Are there any items that board members would like to see on the agenda? Okay, we did set committees, so we're going to have to calendar those committees for some point. So can we coordinate through staff or something with getting those started? Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Carmel.
I just wanted to note that this suspension of surcharges expires at the end of February, so if you wanted to put that on the agenda.
Right, I already have it down for the stage 3 lifting, so I've got that down. Okay. Okay, great. Is there any public comment on closed session?
There is no closed session.
There's no closed session.
No, no.
You are free to go. Yeah, let's sing Kumbaya.